Harry's verse. What if Harry Potter was Darkseid's reincarnation? Welcome back to Harry's verse, where we ask the questions the multiverse forgot to file. Today's question is the largest one we have yet asked. What if the boy in the cupboard was not, in any prior life, a boy? What if the soul under that scar had ruled cities of fire, conquered worlds, sat the throne of apocalypse, and pursued the anti-life equation across 500,000 years of war? What if Harry Potter is the soul reincarnation of Darkseid himself, given a second chance in a 4-year-old body at number 4 Privet Drive? If a god is reborn with all the strategy of a tyrant and none of the army, can he choose, for the first time, to be a king instead? Stay with us through 7 chapters of strategic restraint, cosmic tier intellect, and the slow daily work of a soul in remediation. If you enjoy this story, do hit subscribe, drop a like, and let us know in the comments which crossover universe you want us to bring into the verse next. Now, settle in. The cupboard is small. The soul inside it is older than your galaxy. Harry's verse chapter 1, the cupboard cannot hold a god. The cupboard was 8 feet long, 4 feet deep, and 3 feet at the high end of the stair. Harry had measured it. He had measured it the way a soldier measured a foxhole, the way a king measured a cell. He was 4 years old. He was also, depending on the accounting, somewhere north of 740,000. Apocalypse had not used Earth's calendar. Apocalypse had not used calendars at all. Apocalypse had used the cycles of Granny's wakefulness, the cycles of the fire pits, the rhythm of conquest and subjugation. Those cycles, of course, were not memories he was supposed to have. Those memories belonged to a being who, by every measure that ought to matter, was dead. Uxas was dead. Darkseid was dead. The source had taken him. The anti-life equation, which he had spent his existence pursuing, had, at the end, declined to save him. The throne had melted. The skies had burned. The boom tubes had closed. He had died, and now he was 4 years old, and there was a spider in the corner of the cupboard, and the spider, he had decided some weeks ago, was the only thing in the house that was not afraid of him. Useful information. Vernon's fist on the door came at 6. The thump was a signal: get up, you ungrateful thing, make the breakfast, do not break anything, and remember that you are loved less than the dust in the rugs. Harry did not flinch. Harry had not flinched at the door in 9 months. He thought about that, sometimes, with the part of him still capable of finding things funny. Vernon Dursley had no idea that the small dark-haired boy in the cupboard had once watched a planet die. Not a planet that mattered. A colony world on the rim of the Promethean galaxy, populated by sapients of a kind Earth would not have invented words for. But a planet, with seas, and weathers and a name. Vernon had no idea that the small dark-haired boy in the cupboard had given the order to sterilize the surface of that world, and had watched it from the bridge of the Apocalyptan flagship, and had remained inert because he had been, at that point in his existence, a closed system of want and will, and the sterilization had been efficient. Vernon was loud. Vernon was inefficient. Harry was not afraid of him. He remembered, on the days he chose to, the night the fire had come down the back of his skull and shown him every face he had ever destroyed, every tongue he had cut out, every rebellion he had broken on the wheel. Every god he had killed. Highfather's face. The shape of his own son's mouth around the word father, which had not been a request for love but an accusation. The pit. The chair. He remembered being Uxas before he was Darkseid, and he remembered the choice that had made him. He remembered also, with a clarity the 4-year-old skull ought not to have been capable of holding, that he had been wrong. Not in tactics. Tactics had been impeccable. Strategy had been perfect. He had ruled longer than any tyrant in the recorded history of the multiverse, and he had ruled by methods that worked. Wrong in the foundation. Wrong in the assumption underneath the throne. Wrong in the appetite that had turned a god into a glutton. He had had eternity to consider it. Between the moment of his death and the moment of his arrival in this cupboard, he had had what he could only call a judgment, although he was unsure who or what had done the judging. He preferred not to think about it. He preferred to think about the spider. The thump came again. "Get up, boy." Harry got up. He got up the way a child gets up, rubbing eyes, slow, sleep-faced. The performance was important. The performance was, in fact, the central exercise of his current life. He had been a tyrant for so long that the muscles of pretense had atrophied. He was, in this body, learning to act small. He was finding it more difficult than ruling Apocalypse. He pulled on the oversized shirt that had been Dudley's 3 years ago, and the trousers that had been Dudley's 2 years ago, and he pushed open the cupboard door, and he stepped out into the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, with his head tilted at a downward angle that suggested he had been crying recently. He had not been crying. He had not cried in this body once. He had run the tear ducts several times in the bathroom mirror to confirm that they worked, and they did, and he had filed the information away in case it ever became operationally useful. It had not, yet. In the kitchen, Petunia was pouring tea. Two-handed, single blow, no shell. He had cracked exactly 6,400 eggs in this kitchen since his 2nd birthday, and he had developed, in the way one develops a skill at chess after enough games, a kind of devotional attention to the egg. The egg was simple. The egg did not require the management of an empire. The egg did not require the simulation of grief, or the simulation of fear, or the simulation of childhood. The egg cracked, and the egg was cracked, and the universe was, on that small front, complete. Petunia watched him crack the eggs. She always watched him crack the eggs. She had not yet asked herself why he was so good at it. She did not ask. That was, of course, the protective trait of the Dursleys. They did not ask. They had a religion of not asking, a small grim suburban faith that everything would be fine if no one ever asked anything that might cause anyone discomfort. He found it useful. He found it, occasionally, beautiful, in the way certain efficient pathologies were beautiful. The Dursleys had built around themselves a wall of refused inquiry, and he, as a being who depended on not being inquired into, was content to live behind that wall. For now. The bacon went into the pan. The pan went onto the hob. The hob clicked twice and caught. He stood on the stool and angled his face away from the heat. Vernon came into the kitchen. Vernon, in the morning, was a meteorological event. He arrived as a kind of low-pressure front, and the kitchen reorganized itself around his bulk, and the air itself seemed to thicken with him in it. He smelled of last night's whiskey and this morning's aftershave, which was the smell of all Vernons everywhere. He sat down at the table heavily enough to make the saucers shudder. Harry, at the stove, did not turn around. "Boy." Harry turned around. Politely. The way a 4-year-old turns when his uncle calls him. "Yes, Uncle Vernon." "Don't burn the bacon." "No, Uncle Vernon." He turned back. He did not burn the bacon. He never burned the bacon. Vernon, 3 years ago, had hit him for burning the bacon. Vernon, 3 years ago, had also been at the threshold of a decision that Harry, then approaching the limit of his willingness to be a 4-year-old, had been quietly prepared to refuse. The slap had landed. The slap had not landed twice. Vernon was a man with an inner vocabulary the size of a paint chip. But Vernon had let his hand drop, and Vernon had walked out of the room, and Vernon had not, in the years since, raised a hand again. He shouted. He bullied. He withheld food. He threw plates. He did not raise a hand. That, too, was useful information. Harry plated the bacon. He plated the eggs. He set the plate before Vernon, and he set the smaller plate with the smaller portion before Petunia, and he set the larger plate with the larger portion before the chair where Dudley would, in approximately 7 minutes, arrive and demand jam. He took the smallest plate, with 2 strips of bacon and the broken egg, for himself. He sat at the corner of the table. He ate. He chewed each bite 40 times, which was a discipline he had learned from a Byenasha monk in the 8,000th year of his rule, in a temple on a moon he had later destroyed for political reasons he no longer remembered. The chewing made the food go further. The chewing made the small body, which was perpetually undernourished, extract everything it could. He was not angry about the small portion. He had been angry once, in this house, the first morning the memories had returned. He had stood in the kitchen with the spatula in his hand, and he had felt the anti-life equation rise in him, and he had felt the air begin to bend. He had put the spatula down. He had walked back to the cupboard. He had sat there for 16 hours, and he had not used the equation, and he had not used the equation again since. Power, properly used, did not dominate. Power, properly used, chose. He was learning to choose. Dudley arrived. Dudley demanded jam. Dudley got jam. Dudley spread the jam in such quantity that the bread became a structural concern, and Dudley ate the bread, and Dudley left the table in pursuit of cartoons, which were the principal liturgy of his small consumptive life. Vernon followed shortly to the lounge. Petunia followed to the garden, where she clipped the roses with the violence of a woman who had not been allowed to be violent anywhere else. Harry washed the dishes. He washed them in water that was slightly too hot, because the water that was slightly too hot did not dry on the plate, and the plate, when wiped, was clear. The trick was small. Small tricks compounded. He dried his hands on the towel that he had folded at the corner of the counter. He went upstairs. He was not allowed upstairs. He went upstairs anyway, when the Dursleys were occupied, because he was 4 and people did not pay close attention to him, and because there were books in the second bedroom, Dudley's spare bedroom, the one he used for broken toys, and the books had been in a box, untouched, since some great-aunt had given them at some Christmas Dudley had not bothered to remember. Harry had read them all. He had read them, in fact, the first month after he had remembered how to read English. He had gone back, because there was a notebook in the box that he had begun to use. The notebook was small and brown. The pages were lined. He had been writing in it in pencil, in a 4-year-old's careful, lopsided letters, because the 4-year-old's hand could not yet manage anything else. The handwriting was a deliberate fraud. The content of the notebook was not. He sat cross-legged on the floor of Dudley's spare room, and he opened the notebook to the page he had been working on, and he wrote. Item 19, he wrote. The body is not yet capable of sustained magical effort. The body is, however, capable of channeling the will into local objects, and the local objects respond. This is the magic of the wizards. The wizards do not appear to know that the magic is the will. The wizards appear to think the magic is in the wand. He paused. He chewed the end of the pencil. The wizards are children, he wrote. They have an enormous power, and they do not know what it is, and they have built around it a small school in Scotland. I will go to the small school in Scotland. I will be polite. I will learn what they teach. I will not tell them what I am. He paused again. I will not be Darkseid here. He underlined that line. He underlined it twice. By the age of 7 he had reorganized the household. The reorganization was invisible to anyone outside the house. To anyone inside the house, it was the architecture of the day. Petunia, who at 4 had snapped at him whenever he came near, now placed his portion at the corner of the counter without speaking. The portion was still small. The portion was, however, given. Vernon, who had once shouted at him in the manner of a man training a dog, now spoke to him only when speaking to him was strictly necessary. Vernon avoided the kitchen when Harry was cooking. Vernon avoided the hallway when Harry was passing through. Dudley, who had been an aspiring bully in the manner of his father's son, no longer attempted physical contact. Dudley, in fact, was developing, in the slow way of a stupid creature beginning to grasp causality, a kind of deference. Harry had not earned the deference. Harry had simply, on 3 occasions, looked at Dudley in such a way that Dudley had, on each subsequent occasion, decided not to test the look again. It was not magic. It was not a power. It was, in the strict sense, the residue of a soul. The soul of the 4-year-old at the corner of the table was a soul that had once given orders, and the body that contained the soul, even without realizing it, gave off a low signal of having given orders, and creatures of the kind that Vernon and Dudley were, small predatory mammals, anxious for hierarchy, sensed the signal and conformed to it. Harry had not done it on purpose. He had done it, in fact, by failing to do the opposite. He had simply not bothered to perform fear well enough. The Dursleys had organized themselves around his actual rank. He found this funny. He did not laugh. The anti-life equation hummed. It hummed, in this body, as a low thread of attention beneath all his other attentions. It was always present. It had been present, he understood, since the moment of his arrival. The equation was not a thing he carried. The equation was a thing he was. He had spent most of his prior existence in pursuit of it, and the pursuit had concluded, somewhere in the smoke and ash of the throne room of apocalypse, in the discovery that he had become it. The equation was not external. The equation was not a code. The equation was a posture toward existence. The equation was the posture that said, I am the only thing that is real, and everything else is data. The equation, used, would have flattened Vernon. Used, it would have made the Dursleys into furniture. Used, it would have walked him out of number 4 and into Buckingham Palace, and the Queen would have knelt, and the Prime Minister would have knelt, and the kneeling would have spread. He did not use it. He had decided, in the long judgment between his death and his arrival, that the equation had been the error. A king said, I am responsible for the things that are real. The first was a closed system. The second was an open one. He had been the first for a very long time. He proposed, in this small new life, to attempt the second. The cupboard, in this light, was a school. The Dursleys were, in this light, his first subjects. He had decided not to harm them. He had decided to organize them, with the lightest touch he was capable of, and he had decided that the organization was not for his comfort. The organization was practice. The organization was the slow retraining of a god who had forgotten how to use power well. He was getting better at it. Some days, he was even getting better at it on purpose. The summer after his 11th birthday, on the morning he turned 11, an owl came to the front door of number 4. He had been expecting an owl. He had not been expecting it on his birthday. The timing was, in fact, theatrical, and he disapproved of theatrical timings on principle. But he had been expecting an owl since he had finished reading the books in the box and had cross-referenced them, in pencil, with the things he had observed in the local environment. He had concluded, by the age of 6, that there was a magical society in Britain. The address was a small piece of intelligence work. The address told him that whoever had written the address knew exactly where he was sleeping, and was telling him, as a kind of opening move, that they knew. He did not yet know who the writer of the address was. He suspected. Vernon answered the door. Vernon, on seeing the owl, made the sound of a man being slowly deflated. He shut the door. He sat down on the bottom of the stairs, the same stairs over Harry's cupboard, and he held his face in his hands. Harry, who had been in the kitchen, came into the hallway. Uncle Vernon, he said. Politely. Childishly. Vernon looked up. Vernon had a particular face for moments like this, the face of a man being asked to confront a fact about the universe he had spent his life ignoring. It's nothing. Harry waited. It's nothing for you, Vernon said. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said. He went back to the kitchen. He did not go back to the kitchen. He waited in the corridor, on the side of the door Vernon could not see, and he listened. Vernon, through the wall, was hissing at Petunia. Petunia was not answering. Petunia, he noted, was making the small sound she made when she was trying not to cry. He had not heard that sound from her in 3 years. The letter was from the school. The school, of course, was Hogwarts. He knew the name from the books. He knew the address. He knew, more or less, the curriculum. He did not know the headmaster, although he had a hypothesis. The hypothesis was that the headmaster had been the one who had placed him in this house, and that the headmaster had been the one who had put the strands of magical attention around the property, and that the headmaster had been the one who had decided, for reasons Harry would in due course extract, that the cupboard under the stairs was an appropriate residence for the boy who had survived the most powerful dark wizard of his era. Harry had opinions about the decision. Harry was, however, not yet in a position to express the opinions. He waited. The owls came again the next day. And the next. By the end of the week the house was, by Vernon's standards, infested. Owls on the windowsills. Owls in the garden. An owl, on the Tuesday, in the kitchen sink, which Petunia had attempted to kill with a saucepan and which had hooted at her with the dignity of an aunt at a funeral. Vernon had begun to make plans. Vernon had begun, in the way of a man whose internal model of the world was failing, to escalate. He boarded the door. He drove the family to a hotel. He drove them, when the hotel began to receive owls, to a shack on a rock in the sea. Harry permitted all of this. He permitted it because the displacement was, on balance, useful. The displacement got him out of Privet Drive. The displacement put him on a rock in the sea, with a fire in the grate, on the night of his 11th birthday, and on the night of his 11th birthday the door to the shack would, he was almost certain, be opened by a person who would change the texture of his current life. The door came off its hinges at midnight. Harry did not move from the floor where he had been pretending to sleep. The man in the doorway was the largest human being Harry had seen in this body, and one of the larger humans Harry had seen in any body. He filled the doorway. He filled, in fact, a substantial portion of the room. He had a beard that began somewhere below his eyes and ended somewhere below his sternum. He carried a pink umbrella. The umbrella was, Harry noted, a wand. The umbrella was a wand that had been broken in half and concealed in the housing of an umbrella. The wand had not been broken cleanly. The wand had been broken by, he estimated, an authority figure who had wanted to deny the use of magic to the wand's bearer, and who had not wanted to destroy the wand entirely. The man with the wand umbrella looked around. His eyes settled on Vernon, who had emerged from the back room with a shotgun, and his eyebrows did the work of saying that the shotgun was unwise. The eyes moved to Harry. The eyes were small and bright and wet. They had been crying recently. They had been crying, Harry thought, because of him. He found this interesting. "Harry," said the man. "Yes," said Harry. He had not asked the man's name yet. He was waiting for the man to give it. "I'm Hagrid. Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Yes," said Harry. Hagrid, in the doorway, hesitated. The hesitation was small. The hesitation was the hesitation of a man who had expected, on saying Hogwarts, a reaction. Harry had not given a reaction. Harry had given assent, and the assent had not been the right shape, and Hagrid's small bright eyes had registered the wrongness of the shape and had, briefly, frowned. The frown passed. "Ya know what Hogwarts is?" "A school," Harry said. "For magic." "Yeah, know that already." "The owls have been telling me," Harry said. He said it lightly. He smiled, slightly, the smile of a small child making a small joke. The smile worked. The smile produced, in Hagrid, a great booming laugh that shook the shack on its rock. "Course they have, course they have. New yet be sharp. Just like your mum." Harry watched Hagrid's face when Hagrid said your mum. Hagrid's face did the same thing Petunia's face did. The face of a person mourning a name he did not say often enough. Harry filed it away. He sat up. He pulled the cardigan around his shoulders. He looked at Vernon, who was still holding the shotgun, and he looked at Hagrid, who was holding the wand umbrella, and he made a small calculation. The calculation involved the relative welfare of all parties present. "Uncle Vernon," he said. Put the gun down. Vernon, who had not been spoken to in this tone by Harry, or by anyone, looked at him. It's not loaded, Vernon said. Defensive. Wrong-footed. Then put it down, Harry said. The voice was the 4-year-old voice, with a small grain of something else underneath it, and Vernon, who in 3 years had not heard the grain, heard it now and put the shotgun down and stepped backward into the wall. Hagrid, in the doorway, blinked. Right, Hagrid said. Well. Right. Listen, Harry. There's a lot to tell ya. Lot to explain. I was meant to give ya your letter, and then, I'd like the letter, Harry said. Please. The please was important. The please did the work of returning him to the shape of a polite 11-year-old, and Hagrid, who had been on the verge of recalibrating his model of the boy in front of him, exhaled and reached into his coat. Harry took the letter. He did not read it. He had read it, in essence, already. He looked, instead, at Hagrid, who had crouched to the level of a small boy on the floor of a shack on a rock, and who was looking at him with the kind of devotion that no one, in any of his prior lives, had ever offered him without being made to. Hagrid, he said. Yeah. Thank you for coming. Hagrid's face did something complicated. Hagrid's face was not built for complicated. Hagrid's face was a broad open friendly thing, and the complicated, when it arrived, looked like weather moving through a meadow. Hagrid's eyes filled. Hagrid blew his nose into a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. Anytime, Harry, Hagrid said. Anytime. Harry put the letter down on the floor beside him. He looked, for a long moment, at the fire in the grate, which had burned low. He thought about the spider in the cupboard. He thought about Petunia clipping roses. He thought about the night the memories had come back, and the 16 hours after, and the choice not to use the equation. He thought about all the worlds he had ruined, and all the worlds he had not yet ruined, and the small new world he had been, against all the odds of any cosmology he understood, given a second chance to walk through. He thought, carefully. He thought, patiently. He thought, in the voice that was older than the cupboard and older than the body and older, possibly, than the universe in which the body now sat, I have ruled. I have conquered. I have been. I will not be that thing again. I will be something else. I will, if it is permitted, be a king. He looked at Hagrid. He gave him the small, polite, 11-year-old smile. All right, he said. Tell me about Hogwarts. Hagrid told him about Hogwarts on the boat back from the Rock, and on the train from the coast to London, and on the platform at King's Cross, and Harry listened to all of it with an expression of attentive innocence he had been refining since the age of 3. The expression was a finished product. The expression did the work of putting a great gentle giant at his ease, and Hagrid, who had been carrying a sealed letter and a pink umbrella and the weight of a story he was not entirely qualified to tell, unspooled. The story was, in the strict sense, a security briefing. Voldemort. The name was not spoken without a shiver, even by Hagrid, who had not feared the man but had known him. The war. The night at Godric's Hollow. The body of his mother on the floor of the upstairs bedroom, and the body of his father at the foot of the stairs, and the cradle, and the curse, and the survival. The scar. Harry touched the scar. He had touched it before. He had touched it, in fact, every morning of his current life, because the scar was, among the data he had on this body, a piece of information he had been unable to fully decode. The scar was a wound that had not closed in the way wounds closed. The scar was, now that he had context, an anchor. There was something inside the scar, and the something was alive, and the something was, almost certainly, a fragment of the man Hagrid would not name. He filed this with the rest. He did not flinch at the touch. He thought he'd killed ya, Hagrid said, looking out of the train window at fields he was not seeing. Couldn't, though. Don't know why. Don't know how. But he couldn't. No, Harry said. Hagrid looked at him. Hagrid had, by now, looked at him several times in the way a man looks at a child who is responding wrong to information, and each time the look had passed, because Hagrid was not in the business of doubting children. Harry had been counting on this. Harry intended to keep counting on it. Sorry, Harry. I shouldn't be, Year 11. Yeah, shouldn't have to, it's all right, Harry said. I'd rather know. Hagrid said. Course ya would. He blew his nose into the tablecloth handkerchief. Harry looked out of the window. He thought about the man in the story. He thought about the night at Godric's Hollow. He thought about a wizard, however powerful, attempting to murder a 1-year-old child in a cradle, and discovering, at the moment of the casting, that the child in the cradle was not what the wizard had thought it was. He thought about the killing curse rebounding. He thought about a fragment of the wizard's soul, dislodged by the rebound, finding the nearest available vessel. He thought, the timing is suspicious. The apocalyptic memories had arrived in this body's second year. The killing curse had landed in this body's first. The two events, in his current model, were related. The arrival of the Darkseid soul had, possibly, caused the rebound. The rebound had, possibly, caused the lodging of the fragment. He was carrying, at the moment, two souls that ought not to have been in the same skull, and one of them was a god who had decided to be quiet, and one of them was a tyrant who did not yet know what he had landed in. Useful information. He filed it. Diagon Alley, when they reached it, performed for him. The wizards had built themselves a marketplace inside the back of a pub, and the marketplace had cobbles and crooked rooflines and a great white bank at the far end staffed by creatures Hagrid called goblins, and the whole arrangement was, in the strict architectural sense, a small autonomous city pressed inside the gap between two ordinary London streets. Harry approved. Harry approved of the inefficiency. Harry approved, in particular, of the way the inefficiency advertised the wealth. A culture that hid its capital was a culture that did not understand its capital. The wizarding world was, on this evidence, very young. He kept his face at the level of polite wonder. People stared. People always stared at children in places where children were unusual, and people were already, he could tell, beginning to recognize him. Hagrid's voice was not quiet, and Hagrid had said his name, and the name had passed along the cobbles in front of them in a low ripple. Heads turned. Hands lifted halfway and dropped. A man at a tea shop stood up. Several wizards, in the doorway of a robe fitter's, took off their hats. He nodded. Once, to the man at the tea shop. He did not smile at him. Smiling would have been a request for relationship. The nod was a recognition without an opening. The man sat back down. They know, yeah, Hagrid murmured, embarrassed for them. It seems so, Harry said. Gringotts was a relief. The goblins did not stare. The goblins, as he had hoped, did not perform for him. The goblins of Gringotts sat at their high counters and ran their fingers over their ledgers and watched him come in with the same flat reserve they would have offered any other visitor. They had, in their faces, the kind of regard he recognized from old places, apocalyptic archivists, the dust priests of the lower houses, the Bienasha monks who chewed their food 40 times. The goblins were a culture that remembered. The goblins had been, almost certainly, present on this island for a long time. The goblins would, if he were patient, be the most useful allies he could recruit on this small new world. He bowed to the head goblin at the counter. He bowed at a depth 1 degree shallower than equality. The goblin's eyes, which had been flat, became briefly attentive. The goblin returned the bow at exactly the same depth. The exchange was complete in the time it took Hagrid to fumble his key out of his coat. Hagrid did not see it. The goblin and the boy of indeterminate cosmic provenance had, in the space of 2 seconds, established a working relationship. Harry approved of the goblins. Down in the vaults, Hagrid showed him the small mountain of gold his parents had left him. The mountain was, by the standards of the wizarding world, considerable. The mountain was, by the standards of any actual economy, a cottage industry. Harry registered the amount, registered the conversion rates Hagrid was distractedly explaining, and computed, in the back of his head, what the mountain represented in terms of operational capacity at Hogwarts. It was sufficient. It was not luxurious. It was, he thought, the kind of inheritance a parent left a child when the parent had been 21 years old and at war. He took a small handful of coins. He did not take more than that. Hagrid, watching, made a low approving sound. Hagrid then collected, from a separate vault, a small grimy package which he tucked into the breast pocket of his enormous coat. The vault was numbered 713. The package was not labeled. Hagrid did not name it. Hagrid said, with the air of a man whose mouth had been instructed to be quiet, "Hogwarts business. Top secret. Don't go askin me about it." Harry did not ask. He had, however, calculated the size of the package, the weight Hagrid was carrying it as if it had, the security of the vault, the fact that the vault had no door visible to a non-goblin eye, and the fact that Hagrid had been instructed to retrieve the package on the same day he was retrieving the boy who had killed Voldemort. He had a working hypothesis. The hypothesis would, he expected, prove correct within the year. He filed the hypothesis next to the others. Ollivanders was the last stop, and Ollivanders was the only stop, in the whole long performance of the day, where Harry was not in complete control of his own outline. The shop was small and dust-pale and lined with thousands of long thin boxes. The light came through the front window in slow slabs. The man behind the counter, Ollivander, did not appear when they entered. The man behind the counter manifested, after a delay, like a stage effect, from a recess at the back of the shop. Ollivander had pale eyes that did not blink as much as eyes were supposed to. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander said. "I wondered when I would be seeing you." Harry inclined his head. 11 inches. Pliable. Nice wand for charm work, your father's. Mahogany. And your mother, willow. 10 1/4. Good for charms also. Lovely wand. Lovely woman. Yes, Harry said, because he had been trained, in this body, to acknowledge mention of his parents with an outward indication of grief, and because the indication, in the company of a man whose pale eyes were currently inventorying his soul, was operationally useful. Ollivander began to bring boxes. The first wand did nothing. The second wand did nothing, and lit a row of spark bursts at the back of the shop on its second pass. The third wand was confiscated mid-wave. The fourth wand caused the door of the shop to swing open and shut 3 times, and Ollivander reclaimed it with a long stare. Harry, by the 7th wand, was beginning to enjoy himself. The sensation was pleasant. The sensation was the sensation of a craftsman holding instruments and waiting to find the one that would, on its own initiative, agree to be his. He had, in his previous existence, used weapons that ate stars. The wand selection process at Ollivander's had a small modesty he found refreshing. The 8th wand was the wand. He knew it before he held it. He knew it the moment Ollivander's hand paused, halfway up a ladder, and the man's pale eyes contracted, and the man came down the ladder with a particular care. "I wonder," Ollivander said, and he was speaking to himself now, in a voice that had stepped down from the showmanship of the first 7 wands. "Curious. I wonder." He set the box on the counter. The box was older than the others. The wood of the box was darker. Ollivander opened it. The wand inside was holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. Harry took it. The wand recognized him. The recognition was small and immediate and complete. The wand did not warm. The wand did not flare. The wand simply, in the space of 1 second, decided to belong to him, and Harry, who had been a tyrant and proposed to be a king, accepted the decision with a small private courtesy he had not extended to any tool in his prior life. He lowered the wand. He looked up. Ollivander was watching him. The pale eyes had become very still. "Curious," Ollivander said again. "Curious indeed." Hagrid, from the corner where he had been examining a display of broomsticks with the air of a man pretending not to be in a wand shop, came over. "What's curious?" "I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said. He was speaking to Harry. He was not speaking to Hagrid. "Every wand. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar." Harry watched him. Harry did not let his face change. Harry had, in fact, expected something like this. The expectation did not blunt the data. The data was good. "Who?" Harry said. Politely. Ollivander hesitated. "He who must not be named." "You can name him," Harry said. "I won't mind." Ollivander did not name him. Ollivander wrapped the wand in brown paper, took the 7 galleons, and bowed Harry out of the shop with a courtesy 2 degrees deeper than was normal for his trade. Hagrid, on the cobbles outside, was still rubbing the back of his neck. That was a bit strange. That. "It's interesting," Harry said. Hagrid said. "Interesting." He looked at Harry sideways. He did the thing his face did when his face was confused. The look passed. On the train back to Privet Drive, Hagrid had decided, against his better judgment, to deposit Harry on the Dursleys for one final month before September the 1st. Harry sat beside the window with the wand in its brown paper on his lap and the small library of textbooks in a stack beside him. The countryside moved past in the long English summer light. He thought. He thought about brother wands. He thought about scars that were anchors. He thought about Hagrid's parcel from Vault 713, which was, almost certainly, an item the school was about to use as bait. He thought about the strands of magical attention around Privet Drive, and the headmaster who had laid them, and the fact that the headmaster had, by the date of the owls, known where he was sleeping for 10 years. He thought about the night at Godric's Hollow, and the timing of the soul's arrival, and the fragment in the scar. He thought about the wizarding world, with its cobbles and its goblins and its small autonomous city in the back of a pub, and the way it was not yet a place he knew but was already, in the strict mechanical sense, a place he could rule. He chose not to. He chose, again, not to. The anti-life equation hummed. He fed it nothing. Across the aisle, Hagrid had fallen asleep with his beard in his collar and his hand on the parcel from the vault. The parcel made, every few minutes, a small private sound of its own. Harry, beside the window, took out his pencil and his small brown notebook, and on a clean page, in a handwriting that was no longer quite the lopsided handwriting of a 4-year-old, wrote, Item 112. The school knows about me. The school does not know what I am. The school has, unintentionally, set me up to handle a problem I would have insisted on handling anyway. I will permit the setup. I will do the handling. I will not, in the doing, allow the school to discover what I am. He paused. He chewed the pencil. He added, underneath, in smaller letters, a king. Not a tyrant. Not a tyrant. Not a tyrant. He underlined the line. He underlined it 3 times. Outside the window, the long English summer rolled by, and the train carried him toward his cupboard for the last month he would ever sleep in it, and the holly wand on his lap was, very faintly, warm. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, An education in local custom. The last month at Privet Drive was, by the standards of his current life, a holiday. He was permitted, after Hagrid's visit, the smallest bedroom upstairs. Petunia had carried his cot up herself, and Vernon had not opposed the carrying, and Dudley had retreated into the lounge with the air of a small angry monarch surrendering territory he had been told was indivisible. The smallest bedroom had a window. The window faced east. Harry stood at it the first morning and watched the sun come up over the suburb, and he thought, with a small private amusement, that the room was the seventh location of his life he had occupied as a private citizen, and that the previous 6 had been on planets that no longer existed. He read, mostly. He read the textbooks Hagrid had bought him. He read them at the speed of a being who had been processing texts in 17 languages for 500,000 years, which was, by any local measure, fast. He read each book once, marked the second-tier errors in the margins with his pencil, and shelved the book on the floor next to the cot. The books had a small charm of self-correction in the binding. The charm did not catch his marginalia. The charm caught only spelling errors and ink smudges. He approved of the limitation. He found the wizards, again, very young. He learned the local magical taxonomy. He learned the 4 schools. He learned the principal spells of each year. He learned the wand movements, which were, he had concluded, the slow part. The wand movements were not magic. The wand movements were ritual. The ritual was, in the local pedagogy, a focusing aid for the will, which was the actual mechanism of the magic, which the local pedagogy did not appear to understand. This was useful information. He did not, in his bedroom on Privet Drive, attempt the spells. He had, on the day Hagrid left, tested the wand once, in a corner of the cupboard he no longer slept in. He had said no incantation. He had simply pointed the wand at the spider and lifted, very slowly, with his will. The spider had risen. The spider had floated, gently, in a small circle. The spider had been replaced on the floor. The spider had walked, after a brief consultation with itself, back into the corner. He had put the wand away. He had not used it again. He was learning to be a wizard the way a wizard was supposed to be a wizard. He was learning the rituals, because the rituals would, in the company of other wizards, be the cover. The actual magic he had at his disposal could move planets, and the actual magic he would, on principle, never display. He told the cupboard goodbye on the morning of the 1st of September. The spider was gone. The spider had been gone since the 2nd week of August. Harry assumed the spider had moved to a more comfortable corner of the house and had not bothered to inform him. He approved of the spider's autonomy. Vernon drove him to King's Cross. Vernon did not speak. Vernon, in the back of his head, was running through a private liturgy of grievance which Harry could read in the set of his shoulders. Vernon was angry that Harry was leaving. Vernon was angrier that he was glad Harry was leaving. Vernon was angriest that Petunia had cried, very briefly, in the kitchen the night before, and that the crying had been about Harry's mother, and that Petunia had not let Vernon comfort her. Harry, in the back seat, was kind to Vernon's silence. He did not antagonize it. At the station, Vernon parked at a no parking sign and pointed at the platform sign and said, "There you are, then." "There I am," Harry said. "Platform 9 3/4, Vernon said, with a grim small smile that was meant to be a victory. "I'll find it," Harry said. He took his trunk. He took the cage with the snowy owl Hagrid had given him at Diagon, who was named, on her own initiative. She had refused 3 other names, Hedwig. He nodded at Vernon. Vernon, in the no parking spot, blinked, and then, in spite of himself, nodded back. The car drove off. Harry stood on the pavement in front of the station, the trunk on the trolley at his hip, the owl regarding him with the expression of a creature who knew exactly what was about to happen, and thought, briefly, this is the moment. This is the threshold. He pushed the trolley through the wall. The Hogwarts Express was a scarlet steam engine of a kind that had not, in this country, been operationally common since the 1960s. The platform was full of children and parents and trunks and owls and the low industrial pomp of a school train. The smoke smelled of coal. The voices smelled of cousins. Harry, with Hedwig at his side, found a compartment near the back of the train and sat down by the window. He sat for 40 seconds before another boy slid open the door. The boy was tall for 11, freckled, with hair the color of new bricks and a robe that had been mended twice along the hem. The boy held the door with the body language of a child who had been told there would be space and was now, at the last moment, doubting the information. "Can I sit? Everywhere else is full." Harry looked at him. He liked the look of the boy. The boy had the body language of a person who had been told, by older siblings, that he was the lesser version of every previous edition of himself. The boy was carrying that information forward into the world with a small unconscious slump that the world had not yet bothered to correct. The boy had clean hands and, on the wrist, a smudge of jam from breakfast. The boy was not, in the strict sense, anyone Harry needed. The boy was, in the structural sense, exactly the first ally a being like him should be acquiring on the morning of the 1st of September. He did not select the boy. He simply did not refuse him. "Sit down," Harry said. The boy sat. The boy made a relieved noise. The boy stuck out a hand. "Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." The boy's eyes did the thing eyes did. The boy's eyes went to the scar. The boy's eyes did not stay there. The boy, to his credit, took the hand Harry had not yet offered, shook it like a small adult, and sat back. "Bloody hell. Sorry. Mum told me not to stare." "Are you really, did you really?" "I really did," Harry said. "I don't remember any of it." "Oh." Ron paused. "I'd ask, but Mum'd kill me. She's got, 5 of us came through Hogwarts. Bill and Charlie and Percy and Fred and George. And Ginny's 1 year behind. So everyone's been telling me what I shouldn't ask." "Then I'll tell you what to ask," Harry said. Ron looked up, startled. "Ask whatever you like," Harry said. "I don't have anyone trained out of me yet." He said it lightly. He said it with a small, 11-year-old grin. Ron, after a beat, grinned back. Ron's grin had the quality of a window opening in a stuffy room. Harry, who had not, in his current life, made a friend deliberately, observed the grin and registered, with the slow surprise of a being unaccustomed to surprise, that the grin was important. He filed it. The food trolley came past at 12:30. Harry, who had a small fortune in galleons and a wizard economy of small fortune, bought every category of confection on the trolley and put them in the middle of the seat. Ron, who had been chewing on a corned beef sandwich made by his mother that morning, a sandwich which, Harry observed, had been wrapped in waxed paper that had been reused 3 times, went very quiet at the sight of the pile. "You don't have to, I do," Harry said. "I'd be embarrassed to eat in front of you. Help me." Ron, after a long moment, helped him. They ate chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's and licorice wands. Ron explained the wizarding cards with the gravity of a man explaining a religion. Harry ate a chocolate frog and observed that it was a frog of indifferent taste and a portrait of Albus Dumbledore that did, in fact, appear to walk off the card. He kept the card. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway. She had a great cloud of brown hair, the front teeth of a young rabbit, and the expression of a person whose principal grievance with the world was that the world insisted on being slower than her. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," Ron said, mouth full. "Are you doing magic?" the girl said, looking at the wand on Ron's lap. "Let's see, then." Ron, on the spot, blew on the wand and said, "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow." A live rat in his lap, which Harry had not registered until this point and which was, on closer inspection, an animal of an interesting kind, stayed gray. The girl made a small disappointed sound. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" "Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learnt all our course books by heart, of course, I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, who are you?" "Ron Weasley," Ron said, gloomy. "Harry Potter," Harry said. The girl stopped. Hermione Granger, age 11, in the doorway of a train compartment somewhere outside of Watford, processed the words Harry Potter in approximately 2 seconds. The 2 seconds were, on her face, audible. Her eyes did a quick scan of his forehead. Her eyebrows rose. Her chin came down slightly. She inhaled. Are you really? I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry said. He had read all 3. The third was the worst written. How do they have me? Oh, well, heroically. Mostly. There's a chapter on the night of October 31st, 1981, in Modern Magical History, and Great Wizarding Events has a whole appendix. Are any of them written by people who were there? What? At Godric's Hollow. Hermione blinked. Hermione, Harry observed, did not stop often. Hermione had stopped. No. I don't think so. The house was, it's a thought, Harry said. He smiled at her. Lightly. The smile was the 11-year-old smile, with a small grain of something else in the corner of it, and Hermione, who was not a girl who had been trained to read grain, registered the grain anyway and did not, in any operational sense, know what to do with it. She rallied. Anyway, she said, you'd better get changed. I expect we'll be there soon. She left. The compartment door slid shut behind her. Ron, after a moment, said, Are you mental? She was just trying to be nice. That was practically rude. It wasn't rude, Harry said. It was a question. You made her go quiet. Yes. Bloody hell, mate, Ron said. Don't do that to me. All right, Harry said. He smiled at Ron. It was, this time, a real smile. It surprised him. It surprised, in some small private way, the part of him that had been organizing the day. He had not planned to smile. He had planned to assess. The smile had occurred without his permission, and he found that he did not, on review, mind that it had. He filed that, too. The compartment door slid open a third time, and a thin pale blonde boy in immaculate robes inserted himself into it like a small cold draft. 2 larger boys flanked him, one at each shoulder, with the body language of attendants who had been told they were friends. Is it true? The pale boy said. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry said. This is Crabbe and this is Goyle, the pale boy said. And my name's Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. He paused. He waited for the recognition. The recognition did not come. Harry, on the bench, looked at him with the polite blankness of an 11-year-old who had not, in fact, finished cataloguing the surnames of the British wizarding aristocracy, although he had, in the past month, finished cataloguing about 120 of them. The pale boy compensated with a sneer. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out a hand. Harry looked at the hand. He thought, with the part of him that had ruled empires, the boy is a small predator who has been told he is a wolf and who does not yet know he is a domesticated dog. The boy is a son of a man who was, 11 years ago, a Death Eater. The boy is therefore an heir. The boy is therefore information. The boy is therefore, on operational grounds, a person whose hand it would be useful to take. He did not take the hand. He said, lightly, I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks. He said it the way an 11-year-old said it. He said it with a small disinterested air. He said it without making, in his own face, any of the contempt the words contained, because contempt was a luxury he did not yet have time for. Draco Malfoy turned a particular shade of pale that was not white but a shade beneath white, in the way certain skies preceded a storm. His hand stayed out for a moment. Then, with as much dignity as he was capable of finding in the corridor of a train, he withdrew it. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter," he said. "Unless you're a bit politer you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them, either. You hang around with riffraff like the Weasleys and that Hagrid, and it'll rub off on you." Ron stood up. Ron stood up the way a child stood up when the child had been called riffraff in front of a person he had decided that morning to admire. Harry, from his bench, watched the standing. He put a hand on Ron's wrist. "Sit down," he said. Lightly. Ron sat down. Ron sat down without arguing, which was, Harry noted, an interesting piece of data. Ron had not argued. Ron had registered the word sit, in a tone that was not a child's tone, and the body of Ron, which had not yet finished the long internal conversation about what kind of person he was going to become at this school, had, on the side of the body that conversed with hierarchies, sat down. Harry stood up himself. He stood up the way a king stood up when a king had decided to dismiss a courtier. He did it without thinking, and the body, which had been an apocalyptic body for most of its history, performed the maneuver with old and unconscious grace. He did not advance on Malfoy. He simply rose. He turned, very slightly, so that the line of his shoulders became, in the corridor, a wall. He looked at Malfoy with an expression that contained no anger. He looked at Malfoy with the expression of a man at the back of a bus who had been asked, very politely, if the seat next to him was free, and had decided, for reasons of his own, that it was not. Malfoy stepped backward. Malfoy did it without consulting himself. Malfoy's foot moved, and Malfoy's hand, on the door frame, contracted, and Malfoy's two attendants, Crabbe and Goyle, registered, in the slow way of large boys who had been promoted to bodyguards before they were promoted to friends, that the temperature in the corridor had dropped. Harry sat back down. "Have a good year, Malfoy," he said, pleasantly. Malfoy did not answer. Malfoy backed 3 paces down the corridor with the abruptness of a small animal under poor lighting. Crabbe and Goyle followed him. The compartment door slid shut. Ron, on the bench, was looking at Harry. Ron's mouth was, briefly, open. "Bloody hell," Ron said. "What?" "Nothing. Nothing. Just, bloody hell." Harry, on the bench, gave him another real smile. He had, he noted, used 2 real smiles on Ron in the same hour. The anti-life equation hummed, very softly, far down at the bottom of the stack of his current attentions, and he said to it, in the voice he reserved for it, "No." The equation went quiet. The equation always went quiet when he said no. The equation, he had begun to suspect, only escalated when he negotiated. The equation, like all hungers, fed on attention. He did not give it attention. He gave attention, instead, to Ron, who had been called riffraff and had not deserved it, and who was, at that moment, fishing in his pocket for a chocolate frog as a kind of recovery ritual. Harry handed him the last one without being asked. The train arrived at Hogsmeade at dusk. Hagrid was on the platform with a lantern, calling for first years. Harry climbed out of the compartment with Ron at his shoulder and the trunk being levitated, by another student, 3 feet behind him. He went with the first years to the lake. He sat in a boat with Ron and, at the last possible moment, with Hermione Granger, who had decided, in the way of certain humans, that sitting next to a person who had been rude to her was the appropriate punishment for the person. Harry did not object. The boat carried them across the lake, and Hogwarts, in the dark, raised itself above the water like a rumour, and the rumour was a castle, and the castle was, on first inspection, the largest and most cluttered piece of standing magical architecture Harry had so far encountered. The castle had towers. The castle had windows. The castle had wards in such density that the air around it was, to a being with his particular sensitivity, the sensation of standing inside the body of a sleeping animal. Harry, in the boat, breathed it in. He thought, "I will respect this place." The thought surprised him. He had not had a thought like that in a long time. He had not respected places. He had, in the strict sense, owned them. The castle was not, and would not be, his. The castle was older than his current body and younger than his older soul, and he found, with a small private warmth, that he was glad to be a guest in it. He filed the warmth. Professor McGonagall met them at the great oak doors and arranged them, with the efficiency of a woman who had arranged a great many small children into small lines in her time, into a small line. She looked them over. Her eye paused, very briefly, on Harry, and moved on. She did not, in front of the others, make a thing of him. He approved. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony. While you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule-breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours." Harry listened. He listened the way a being who had heard, in his time, the founding speeches of perhaps 400 polities listened. The speech was a good speech. The speech named the structure. The speech was honest about the structure. The speech was, in the strict sense, a contract. He approved of McGonagall. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. She left. The first years reorganized themselves. Hermione, beside him, was muttering, very quietly, the names of every charm she could remember in alphabetical order. Ron, on his other side, was quietly hyperventilating into his sleeve. Harry, between them, felt, and this was so unlike him that he stopped and ran the diagnostic, fond. He was fond of these 2 children. He was fond of them after one train ride. He filed it. He filed it in the section of his notebook he had not yet opened. He filed it under the heading he had been, for some weeks, refusing to write. The doors opened. They walked in. The great hall was a long room with 4 long tables and a high table at the far end, and a ceiling that was, by an old enchantment, the night sky. The night sky tonight was clear. There were thousands of candles, and the candles were floating, and the candles cast a particular yellow that was the yellow of a place that had decided, hundreds of years ago, what color it wanted to be at dinner. Harry looked up. He looked up because the ceiling was, technically, beautiful, and beauty deserved to be looked at, and because the cosmic mass of the apocalyptic soul in him had spent much of its existence in places where there were no skies. He looked up for 2 full seconds, and the 2 seconds were a small private benediction, and then he looked down again because there was business. The sorting hat sang. The hat sang its song, which was a song about the 4 houses and their 4 founders, and Harry, who had read 3 different historical accounts of the sing, listened politely. The song confirmed the accounts. The song, on the 2nd verse, named the founders by character. Brave Gryffindor. Patient Hufflepuff. Clever Ravenclaw. Cunning Slytherin. He thought, cunning is not the right word for what Slytherin meant. He thought, brave is not the right word for what Gryffindor meant. He thought, I have read these founders' books. The founders did not write themselves the way the song writes them. The founders were more interesting. The houses are the institutional residue. Institutions misremember their founders. Always. He filed it. McGonagall began calling names. Children went up, sat on the stool, put on the hat. The hat made decisions. The decisions came quickly for some children and slowly for others. Harry watched the variants. Granger, Hermione. Hermione marched up to the stool with the body language of a girl who had decided to demand the most rigorous house in the school by sheer force of will. The hat went on. There was a pause of perhaps 15 seconds. Gryffindor. Hermione, on the stool, made a small triumphant sound and went to the table. She did not, at first, look back. Names continued. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor, inelegantly, with the hat still on his head until McGonagall took it off him. Malfoy, when the hat touched his head, was sent to Slytherin in the time it took to say it. The hat did not bother to deliberate. Harry watched Malfoy walk to the Slytherin table. He watched Malfoy look at him on the way past. Malfoy's face was the face of a small boy who had, on the train, lost an exchange, and who was now, in the public space, attempting to rebuild it. Harry did not engage. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. The hall went quiet so completely that the candles, which had been making a small fluttering sound, became, briefly, audible. Harry walked to the stool. He sat down. He took the hat. He put it on. The hat slid down over his eyes. The hat went silent. The hat went silent for a long time. And then, in the warm worn voice of an old article of clothing that had been thinking about people's heads since the 11th century, the hat said, "Oh." It said it very quietly. It said it in a voice that was, audibly, surprised. "Oh," the hat said again. "Oh, my." Harry did not answer. Harry waited. I have not," the hat paused. "Mr. Potter. Forgive me. I have been on a great many heads. I have not, in 900 years, been on a head with a passenger, like the one in here." "Two," Harry said. "Internally." The hat, internally, was as much an audience as a person. "There are 2 passengers." "Yes," the hat said. Yes. Yes, I see them now. The smaller one, there. In the scar. We will deal with that one in a moment. The larger one, sir." Harry waited. "Sir," the hat said, more quietly. Are you what I think you are?" "That depends," Harry said, "on what you think I am." "A god," the hat said. "An ex-god," Harry corrected. "A retired god, possibly. A god in remediation." The hat, internally, made a sound that was almost a laugh. "A god in remediation," it said. "Well. That is certainly a first." There was a pause. Harry could see, through the brim of the hat over his eyes, the candlelight of the hall, and at the edges of his vision the long tables where the houses of Hogwarts had stopped breathing in the silence. The pause, on the outside, was not yet long. The pause, inside the hat, was a conversation. "I should put you in Slytherin," the hat said. "You belong in Slytherin. You would do extraordinary things in Slytherin. You would, on operational grounds, be a perfect Slytherin. Cunning. Strategic. Restrained. The restraint, in particular, is impressive." "Yes," Harry said. "I'd like Gryffindor, please." There was a pause. "Why?" the hat said. "Because the school will expect me there. Because the friends I have already made are there. Because if I am sorted into Slytherin, the school will read me as the reincarnation of Voldemort, and the reading will close off avenues I will need open. Because, with respect to my own development, I do not need any more cunning. I have cunning. I need bravery. I have not been brave, in any prior life. I have been, in fact, the opposite of brave. I have been a bully on an extraordinary scale. I would like, in this body, to learn how to be brave instead. The House of Bravery seems an appropriate place to begin." "Bravery," the hat said. "Yes," Harry said. "Mr. Potter," the hat said. "I have been on heads for 900 years. I have heard a great many self-justifications. Yours is, among them, the only one I have heard from a being who did not need the justification. Thank you, Harry said. Are you certain? I am. Then, the hat said. Better be. The hat raised its voice, into the space of the hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table stood up and roared. Harry stood from the stool. He took off the hat. He handed it back to McGonagall, who took it with a small unreadable expression. He walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat down beside Hermione, who shoved over to make room and, in shoving, smiled at him with the relieved and unguarded smile of a girl who had decided, on the train, to be offended, and who had, in the meantime, decided not to be. Ron, 3 names later, joined them. Harry, between them, ate the dinner of a lifetime. The dinner appeared on the gold plates as if from no source. The dinner was excessive. The dinner was, by apocalyptic standards, an indulgence so spectacular that he had, for a moment, to remind himself that the indulgence was the local norm, and that the local norm was, in this country, considered ordinary. He ate carefully. He chewed each bite the regulation 40 times. He did not, in the company of children who had not been required to perform the discipline, perform it conspicuously. He looked, at one point, up at the high table. At the center of the high table, Albus Dumbledore was sitting in an enormous chair with the body language of a man who had been waiting a long time to see the sorting he had just seen. Dumbledore was looking at him. Dumbledore's eyes were blue, behind half-moon spectacles, and the eyes were old, and the eyes were not, in any way Harry could read, surprised. The eyes were curious. The eyes were attentive. The eyes were the eyes of an extremely intelligent old man who was, for the first time in his career, looking at a phenomenon he had not yet built a model for. Harry held the look. He held it for 1 full second. He did not let his face do anything in particular. He did not give the old man any data he did not have to give. He inclined his head, very slightly. The inclination was the inclination of a guest acknowledging a host. Dumbledore inclined his head back. The exchange was over. Harry turned to his plate. He thought, that was the first move. He thought, he is a great deal older than I expected. He is a great deal more careful than I expected. He is, in the strict sense, the most dangerous person I have so far encountered in this country, and the danger is not the danger of a wand. The danger is the danger of a man who has spent 100 years running the kind of long campaign that I have, in the past, been on the wrong end of. He thought, this will be interesting. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, power, properly used, does not dominate. It chooses. He chose. He chose Gryffindor. He chose Hermione. He chose Ron. He chose, on principle, the set of small risks he had not yet been required to take. He ate his dinner. He went to bed. The dormitory was a round room in a tower, with 5 4-poster beds, and the 4-poster bed assigned to him was draped in scarlet hangings, and the scarlet hangings, when drawn, made a small private chamber that was, by his standards, a bedroom, the second one of his current life. He drew the hangings. He lay down. He looked at the canopy. He thought, in the language of a being who had not, in any prior incarnation, gone to bed at a school, I am safe. He had not had the thought before. He filed it. He went to sleep. He woke at the hour his body had been waking for 7 years. The dormitory was still in the dark of pre-dawn. The 4 other beds, Ron's at the next post over, Neville Longbottom's at the far wall, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, were full of the sleeping breath of 11-year-old boys, which was a sound he had not been required to listen to before, and which, he found, he liked. He lay on his back for a minute and listened to it. 5 small breathings, in 5 different rhythms. The rhythms were, in their way, a small private orchestra. He slid out of bed. He dressed in the half-light. He went down the spiral stair to the common room, which was empty and red and full of armchairs that had, in the night, been left as their occupants had left them, with books open on the arms and quills resting in inkwells. The fire was out. He looked at it. It came alive again, lo, on its own. He had not used the wand. He had not used a word. He had, in the act of looking, noted the absence of the fire, and the absence had been, in his model of the room, a small wrongness, and the room, on its own initiative, had corrected. The castle was old enough, and willing enough, to listen to a guest who knew how to ask without asking. He approved. He pushed open the portrait door. The fat lady, who had been asleep, woke up with a snort. "Where are you going at this hour?" "To look at the school." "It's not yet 5. "I know. You'll catch your death." "No," Harry said. The fat lady, who was a portrait and not a guardian, considered him for a moment, and then settled back into her frame and let him pass. He walked. The castle, in the hour before dawn, was a great quiet animal. He walked the corridors without a wand light, because the corridors did not need light for him. He had done corridors in a great many places, and corridors were, regardless of medium, the same thing. He walked from the 7th floor to the entrance hall. He walked to the great oak doors and looked at them and decided not to leave the castle. He walked to the kitchens and observed, through a slit in a tapestry he had spotted on the way in, the shape of a great kitchen full of small creatures cooking the breakfast for 1,000 children. He filed the kitchens. He walked the trophy room. He read the names on the trophies. He walked the library. He stood in the doorway of the library for 2 minutes and let the smell of the books enter his lungs. He did not, in any of this, do anything. He simply made himself familiar with the space. A cat watched him in the 2nd floor corridor. The cat was the color of weak tea, with the markings of a tabby and the eyes of an attentive person. The cat sat on a stair and watched him pass. The cat, he understood, was a person. The cat was a witch in another shape. The cat would, by breakfast, be on her 2 feet again, and the cat would, very probably, be the woman who had spoken at the doors the night before. He bowed to the cat at the depth he had used for the head goblin at Gringotts. The cat blinked. The cat, after a moment, returned the bow with a single slow inclination of the head. He moved on. He returned to the tower at 6. The dormitory was beginning to stir. Ron, in the next bed, was making the noise of a person who had not yet decided whether to be awake. Harry climbed back under his covers and pretended to wake up with the others. At breakfast, McGonagall handed out timetables. The timetable was, to a being who had spent his prior life reading throne room agendas, a small thing, and a beautiful one. The week was orderly. The hours were named. The professors were listed. The classrooms were given. He read it once. He memorized it. He folded it and put it in his pocket. Hermione, beside him, was reading her own timetable with the rigor of a person memorizing a map of a city. "We have potions on Friday," she said, severe. "With the Slytherins." "With Snape." "Yes," Harry said. "He's supposed to be horrid." "Yes." "You don't seem worried." "I am not worried." She looked at him. She looked at him in the way she had looked at him on the train, with the small attention of a brain that had been given a phenomenon and was currently building a folder for it. "You are," she said, "an unusual person." "Yes. I don't know what to do with you." "You don't have to do anything," Harry said. "You can have breakfast. We can be friends. The unusual will, with time, become familiar." She looked at him. She laughed. The laugh was, on her face, a surprise to her. "All right, then," she said. She went back to her toast. Ron, on Harry's other side, leaned over. "Are you talking to Granger?" "Yes." "Voluntarily?" "Yes." "Bloody hell." Harry, between them, ate his breakfast. He thought, this is the first house I have ever lived in that has, in any sense, been mine. He filed the thought. He filed it under the heading he had still not opened. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Mathematics of Magic. The first week was a survey. Harry had, in his prior life, surveyed magic systems in 17 distinct cosmologies, and he applied to Hogwarts the same protocol he had applied in those places: observe the practitioners, derive the underlying mechanic, identify the local pedagogy's blind spot, and never, for any reason, demonstrate the breadth of his own grasp. The protocol had served him for 500,000 years. The protocol would serve him in Scotland. Charms, with Flitwick, was the easiest. Flitwick was a small enthusiastic man with the diction of a competent professor and the body of a person whose ancestry, somewhere along the line, included a creature that was not strictly human. Flitwick demonstrated. The students attempted. Most failed. Hermione, after one attempt, succeeded. Harry, after one attempt, deliberately failed. He failed plausibly. He failed in the manner of a competent 11-year-old who had read the textbook and not yet practiced. He succeeded on the third attempt, modestly, and Flitwick, on a high stool at the front, gave him a small nod and moved on. Transfiguration, with McGonagall, was harder. McGonagall watched him. She did not watch him the way other professors watched him. The other professors watched him the way one watched a celebrity. McGonagall watched him the way one watched a piece of equipment one had been told was new. She did not perform the watching. She simply continued to do it. Harry, in his seat next to Hermione, registered the watching at the level of the body that had ruled empires, and he adjusted his performance accordingly. He turned the matchstick, on the second attempt, into a needle that was 80% silver. He left the head of the needle, deliberately, slightly wooden. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, beside his desk. A respectable first attempt. Thank you, Professor. You will, in time, learn to commit fully to the transformation. Yes, Professor. She moved on. She did not, on the way past, write anything down. Harry, who had been watching her hands, registered the absence of writing as an additional data point. McGonagall did not need to write. McGonagall remembered. Defense against the dark arts, with Quirrell, was the strangest hour of his week. Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom in a turban that smelled of garlic and fear, and Quirrell stuttered, and Quirrell taught, in the guise of teaching, a curriculum that was, by any reasonable measure of the subject, useless. Harry watched Quirrell. He watched Quirrell, and he allowed his attention, very slowly, to extend toward Quirrell's body, the way a being with the residual senses of a god could extend attention into the body of another sapient. He found two souls. He found Quirrell, who was in the foreground, and who was a small frightened wizard of moderate ability who had, at some point in the last year, been broken by a thing he had encountered in a forest in Albania. He found, behind Quirrell, a second presence, attached to the back of Quirrell's skull under the turban, a presence that was small and parasitic and, in its current form, weaker than a child. He recognized the second presence. He recognized it because the second presence was, in soul frequency, identical to the small parasite in his own scar. Voldemort. Harry, in his seat in the third row, did not move. Harry, in his seat in the third row, did not change his face. Harry, in his seat in the third row, registered the second presence the way a security system registered the arrival of a known intruder, and Harry, in his seat in the third row, made his preliminary calculations. The parasite on Quirrell was the larger fragment of the soul that had been splintered at Godric's Hollow. The fragment in his own scar was the smaller. The two were, in soul frequency, brothers. The two were, on this campus, currently in the same room. He could end the parasite on Quirrell. He could end it now. He could end it from the third row, without speaking, without lifting the holly wand, without acknowledging that he had done it. He could end it with the residual furniture of his own attention, and Quirrell, in the front of the classroom, would either die or live based on whether Quirrell's body had grown dependent on the parasite for its continued operation, and the parasite, ended, would no longer be a problem of any kind, anywhere in this country. He did not. He sat in the third row, and he listened to Quirrell stutter through a paragraph about Cornish pixies, and he did, in front of the class, the small involuntary shiver that he had been told, by Hagrid, the scar performed in the presence of dark magic. He performed the shiver to specification. He let his hand go briefly to the scar. He let his face do a small tight thing. Hermione, beside him, looked at him. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Harry said. "It's just a headache. You should see Madame Pomfrey." "I will. After class." He did not see Madame Pomfrey after class. He sat in the dorm at lunchtime, on the edge of his four-poster, and he wrote, in the small brown notebook he had carried in his trunk, item 143. "The defense professor is a vessel for the larger fragment of the splintered soul. The smaller fragment is in my own scar. The two fragments will, by Halloween, be drawn into proximity. I will not, at this stage, end the larger fragment. The school must learn to defeat it on its own terms. The school must, by year-end, be the kind of institution that a being like Voldemort cannot trivially infiltrate. The lesson is for the school, not for me." He paused. "I am letting children handle a problem I could resolve in a single afternoon. This is, on balance, the right call. This is, on balance, what a king does." He underlined the last line. He underlined it twice. Friday was potions. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, and the dungeons of Hogwarts had, in their stones, the small accumulated chill of 1,000 years of unaerated study. The desks were old. The cauldrons were polished. The cabinets along the walls were full of jars that contained, in alphabetical order, the components of the local pharmacopoeia. Harry, on the way to his desk, registered that the jars were arranged correctly in the alphabet of an English speaker, but incorrectly in the alphabet of any of the 7 serious historical languages of magical pharmacology, and that the room had therefore been arranged for an audience of children, not for a working potioneer. He filed the observation. Snape entered. Snape entered the way a throne door entered. Snape's robes did the cinematographic thing they were supposed to do. Snape stood at the front of the classroom and ran his black eyes along the rows. The eyes paused on Harry. The eyes stayed on Harry for a full second. The eyes moved on. "You are here," Snape said, "to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making." He said it quietly. He said it without contractions. He said it in the tone of a person who had been delivering the same opening for 15 years and who had, in that time, found his audience consistently unworthy of it. Harry approved of the opening. The opening was, he thought, the best opening he had so far heard from a Hogwarts professor. The opening was honest. The opening declared the subject. The opening made no concession to the children. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I do not expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, Harry's left eyelid did not twitch at the however, but the part of him that catalogued banned words filed it as a small infraction. For those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. Silence. Snape was reading his roll. The roll, when it reached the letter P, paused. "Ah, yes," Snape said. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Harry inclined his head. Draco Malfoy, 3 rows over, sniggered. 2 of his attendants joined the sniggering on a slight delay. "Potter," Snape said. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The question was, Harry recognized, a trap. The question was the trap that Snape had used on every group of first-years for the last decade. The question came out of the 3rd chapter of the textbook he was currently teaching, the chapter that had not yet been assigned, and the answer to the question was the recipe for the draft of living death, and the question was designed to humiliate the children of the celebrity and the Auror and the bureaucrat, and to remind the rest of the room that Snape did not, on principle, find their existence interesting. Hermione, 3 desks over, had her hand straight up in the air. Harry did not look at her. "The draft of living death," he said. Quietly. Snape, at the front, paused. Snape's face did the thing his face did when his face was reading new information. Snape's face was a complicated instrument. "Indeed," Snape said. "Let us see if you have read further than the first chapter. Where, Potter, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat. The Persian cookbooks have it as a foreign import, the European apothecaries have begun to dose it preventatively against simple poisons, the Flamel monograph treats it as a placebo for serious envenomation." Flamel is correct. The classroom went still. It went still in the way classrooms went still when a small unexpected thing had happened in front of them. It went still in the way that classrooms with a Snape in them did not, ordinarily, go still. Snape did not move. "And what," he said, "is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They are the same plant. Aconitum napellus. The taxonomy distinguishes between the cultivated and wild varieties, but the alkaloid is the same. The relevant difference, in the local apothecary, is the cut, monkshood is the dried whole plant, wolfsbane is the root." Snape, at the front of the room, made a sound that was not, immediately, a word. The sound was the sound of a person who had laid a trap and discovered, in the laying, that the floor had been replaced. Harry kept his face polite. "Why," Snape said, very softly, "did you not, Potter, raise your hand for me? As is the custom." "My hand was not necessary, Professor. You called on me by name." "Indeed." Snape looked at him. Snape looked at him for a long beat, and the look, Harry understood, was the first serious look Snape had given a student all year. "How," Snape said, "very fascinating, Potter." Harry inclined his head. Snape moved on. Snape continued the lesson. Snape did not, in the lesson, attempt to lay another trap. Snape did, however, at intervals, look across the room at Harry with the expression of a man who had been told the door of his cell was a wall, and had now, after 15 years, encountered the door. Hermione, on the way out of the classroom, was, if anything, more impressed than offended. Harry, on the way out of the classroom, took her elbow and said, "I should have let you answer." "It's all right." "It is not all right. You had your hand up. I should have deferred." "I will, next time. I promise." She looked at him. "That is," she said, "the second most surprising thing that has happened to me this week." Apologizing without prompting. "What was the first?" "That you knew the recipe for the draft of living death." "That was on the train, in the textbook," Harry said. "I read the textbook." She laughed. She laughed the loud unguarded laugh of a girl who had been told, all her life, that her enthusiasm was excessive, and who was now, for the first time in her current life, in the company of a person who was, by the same standard, more excessive than she was. Harry laughed too. He laughed because it was, in that corridor, the right thing to do. He laughed without performance, and the laugh, like the smiles he had given Ron on the train, surprised him. He filed the laugh. Halloween. The day of the troll. He had known the day was coming. He had known, by the 3rd week of term, every operationally relevant fact about the year he was inside. He had not told Hermione or Ron the operational facts. He had let the year, in Hagrid's phrase, play out, because the year was, for the local children, the year in which they would discover what kind of children they were going to be. The year was for them. He was, in the year, the conditions. He had not, however, expected Hermione to be in the bathroom. That, he had not predicted. That, he had not modeled. The Halloween feast was in the Great Hall. The decorations were thousands of pumpkins. The food was, by the standards of the rest of the term, excessive. Quirrell, somewhere between the soup and the main course, came running into the hall in his turban with the expression of a man who had been told to perform a panic and had decided to commit fully. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He fainted. The hall did the thing halls did. Dumbledore, at the high table, stood up and gave instructions. The prefects gathered the houses. The houses began to leave. Harry, walking with Ron in the line of Gryffindors, registered, halfway up the marble staircase, that Hermione was not with them. She had been crying. Earlier that day. After Charms. He had heard about it from Parvati Patil, who had heard about it from Lavender Brown, who had heard it from someone who had heard Ron, in the company of the boys he had been wanting to impress, mock Hermione for being a know-it-all. Harry had not, at that moment, intervened. Harry had, on the topic of Ron's social repair, decided to let Ron handle Ron. He intervened now. He stopped on the staircase. "Ron." "What?" "Hermione's not with us." Ron's face did a complicated thing. Ron's face did the thing his face did when his face was registering a fact about itself. "Bathroom," Ron said. Parvati said. "The girls' bathroom on the second floor." "She's been there since Charms." "Yes." Ron said, very small. Should we, yes," Harry said. They left the line. They went down the staircase against the flow of the houses. They reached the second-floor corridor. They reached the bathroom. The troll reached the bathroom approximately 4 seconds before they did. The troll was, by the standards of trolls, a large troll. The troll was 12 feet tall and made of muscle and fat in the proportions of a creature that did not, in its biology, need to balance. The troll smelled. The troll had a club. The troll, on entering the bathroom, had looked around the bathroom for someone to hit, and had located, behind a screen of broken porcelain, the small frightened girl who had been in the bathroom crying for 6 hours. Hermione was screaming. Harry walked into the bathroom. Ron, at the door, said, "Harry, stay there. Harry, stay." He walked. He walked, in the small body of an 11-year-old, into a bathroom containing a 12-foot troll, and he walked the way a being walked who had, in a former life, walked into rooms containing things much larger than trolls. He did not walk fast. He walked at the pace at which the troll, in its small troll mind, could observe him. He gave the troll the opportunity to observe him. The troll observed him. The troll, in its small troll mind, registered that the small biped at the door was not afraid. The troll's biology was old. The troll's biology had survived in the wild on the basis of one rule: only the unafraid biped is the dangerous biped. The troll, in the small reptile portion of its hindbrain, registered the rule. The troll lowered its club. "Hermione," Harry said. Quietly, without taking his eyes from the troll. "Come around the side. Behind me." She did not move. "Hermione. I will not let it touch you. Walk." She walked. She walked the small frozen walk of a girl who had, 10 seconds ago, decided she was about to die, and who was now, on instructions, walking instead. She came around the side of the troll. She came to Harry's left elbow. The troll, in its small mind, watched her come. It did not move. "Ron." "Yes, take Hermione." "Out of the bathroom. To the staircase. Wait there." "What about you? I will be along in a minute." Ron took Hermione. Hermione, on the way past, looked at Harry. Hermione's face was, on the way past, the face of a girl who had decided to ask, at some later date, an enormous question. Harry, on the spot, did not look at her. He kept his eyes on the troll. Ron and Hermione left the bathroom. The bathroom door swung shut. Harry, alone with the troll, made the smallest gesture of his current life. He did not raise his wand. He did not speak. He looked at the troll with the eyes that had been Darkseid's, and he allowed the eyes, for the smallest instant, to be not the eyes of an 11-year-old. The eyes did not glow. The eyes did not change shape. The eyes did, however, register, on the troll's optic nerve, the data the eyes were carrying, and the troll, in its small biology, received the data. The data was, I am older than your species. The data was, I have eaten species older than yours. The data was, sit down. The troll sat down. The troll sat down with the slow careful motion of a creature settling onto its haunches in the presence of a higher predator. The troll set the club on the floor. The troll lowered its head. The troll, on the bathroom tile, made the small troll noise that meant submission. Harry, in the doorway, stood for one moment and looked at it. He felt, briefly, the temptation. Not to kill it. He had no interest in killing it. The temptation to keep it. The temptation to, in the old way, in the apocalyptic way, bind it. The troll was, by Earth standards, useful. The troll could be, with the smallest application of will, his. He did not. He turned to leave. The bathroom door opened. McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell stood in the doorway in 3 different postures of professional alarm. McGonagall took the bathroom in. McGonagall took the troll in, on the floor, sitting with its head down. McGonagall took Harry in the doorway, with the holly wand still untouched at his hip. McGonagall's face did the McGonagall thing. Mr. Potter, she said. What happened to the troll? Harry looked at the troll. He looked at McGonagall. He said, lightly, with the small confused face of an 11-year-old who did not himself entirely understand what he had done, it saw me, and it stopped. The professors looked at the troll. The troll, on the bathroom floor, sat with its head down. McGonagall, after a moment, said, 5 points to Gryffindor for sheer dumb luck. And 10 more for not running. She paused. She added, more quietly, and Mr. Potter, you will please come and see me in my office tomorrow. Yes, Professor. He left. He found Ron and Hermione at the staircase. Ron, on the stair, was breathing the breath of a person who had decided not to breathe for several minutes and was now correcting. Hermione, beside him, was looking at Harry with the look she had given him in the doorway of the train compartment in August, which was the look of a person who had a folder on him and was about to add a great many pages to it. She did not ask. Not yet. Harry, who had been expecting the asking, registered the not asking with respect. Library tomorrow, he said. To Hermione. Yes, she said. Good. He walked up the stairs. He did not, in the event, attend McGonagall's office the next morning. He attended it the morning after. He attended it because he had spent the night in between considering, with the seriousness of a being for whom such considerations were the principal labor of an existence, what he was prepared to tell McGonagall, and what he was not prepared to tell, and where the edge between the two could best be drawn. He drew the edge generously. He told her, in her office, with the cup of tea she gave him resting untasted on his knee, that he had been told by Hagrid that he had survived a killing curse, and that the survival appeared to have left him with, he chose the word carefully, resistances. Certain creatures, he said, did not, in his presence, behave the way they were supposed to. He could not explain the resistance. He had not, on Privet Drive, had any creatures larger than a dog to test it on. He had not wanted, last night, to put Ron and Hermione in further danger by hesitating. McGonagall listened. McGonagall, behind the desk, listened the way McGonagall listened. She did not, on her face, do anything in particular. At the end of the account, she set down her own cup of tea. Mr. Potter, she said. Yes, Professor. You are an unusual boy. So I am told. I will, she said, speak with the headmaster. Yes, Professor. I would suggest you continue, in your time at this school, to be as cautious as you were last night. Yes, Professor. She paused. She added, more quietly, with a small shift of voice, your mother also was not afraid of trolls. Harry, in the chair, did not move. He did not move because he had not, in any prior life, had a mother. The information he had about Lily Potter was, at this moment, less than 3% of the information the woman in front of him had. He had a curious and unfamiliar sensation, in the chest of the 11-year-old body, that he was at risk of sustaining damage from the sentence that had just been spoken. He sustained the damage. He did not, on his face, indicate the damage. Thank you, Professor. McGonagall, who had been an animagus for 40 years, and who had read more Harry Potter's faces in her career than the average person read books, did not press. You may go, Mr. Potter. He left. Halloween night was also the night he saw the mirror of Eriste. He found it on the way back from McGonagall's office. He found it because the castle, which had begun to know him, had moved a corridor to put him in front of it. The mirror was in an unused classroom, leaned against the wall, gilt-framed, 8 feet tall, with an inscription along the top in the languages of the founders. Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. He read it. He read it forwards. He read it backwards. He understood the inscription. He looked into the mirror. The mirror was, by his initial reading, an artifact of moderate complexity, a contemplative tool, calibrated to display, in the pane, the deepest desire of the person looking. The mirror was the kind of object the wizards built and the wizards forgot they had built, and the wizards left in classrooms because the wizards were not yet ready to be the kind of people who would, on encountering such a mirror, organize a public study of it. He looked. He looked, and the mirror did nothing. He looked, and the mirror, after a moment, presented in the pane the standard glass image of his current reflection, a short, dark-haired boy in a Gryffindor scarf, with the scar on the forehead, looking back. He waited. He waited for the desire. The desire did not arrive. He stood in front of the mirror for 40 minutes. He stood without moving. He stood with the patience of a being who had stood, in his prior life, in front of similar artifacts in other languages. The mirror, in front of him, displayed his reflection. The mirror did not display a parent. The mirror did not display a throne. The mirror did not display a planet or an army or the anti-life equation in the shape of a glyph. The mirror was empty. He understood why. He understood why because he, the soul in the body, did not, at the present moment, have a deep desire that the mirror could legibly display. He had ruled. He had conquered. He had been. The desires that had once driven him were the desires the mirror would, on any other occupant of the soul, have shown. And those desires were, by his current vow, no longer his desires. He had retired the desires. He had, in the long judgment between his death and his arrival, traded the desires for a different orientation. The orientation was not, in the strict sense, a desire. The orientation was a discipline. The mirror did not show disciplines. The mirror only showed wants. He thought, looking at the empty pane, I have, perhaps, become too small for this mirror. He thought, more precisely, I have become too large. A voice, behind him. Back again, Harry. Albus Dumbledore stepped into the classroom. Dumbledore had not been there a moment ago. Dumbledore had come in, somehow, without making a sound, and had been standing for some indeterminate interval against the back wall. Harry did not turn around at once. He looked, for one more second, at the empty mirror. He turned. He bowed at the depth he had used for the goblin and the cat. Dumbledore took the bow in. Dumbledore returned it, slowly, to a depth 1 degree shallower. You have been here, Dumbledore said, for 40 minutes. Yes, headmaster. Most students who find the mirror do not find it so quiet. I imagine not. Dumbledore came closer. Dumbledore came to the mirror beside him. They stood, in the empty classroom, in front of the mirror, the old man and the boy, and Dumbledore looked into the mirror, and the mirror, on Dumbledore's side, displayed for Dumbledore the thing it displayed for Dumbledore. Harry did not look. Harry kept his eyes on his own pain. It shows the deepest desire of the heart, Dumbledore said. You see something. Perhaps your parents. No, Headmaster. Dumbledore was quiet. I see, Dumbledore said, myself. Only myself. Which, I think, is what the mirror would show a person whose desires are, already met. Or are no longer the kind of desires the mirror was built to display. He turned. He looked at Harry. The blue eyes, behind the half-moon spectacles, were the eyes of a man who had not, in 50 years of Hogwarts, seen the mirror produce the result that it had just produced for the boy beside him. Harry, Dumbledore said. May I ask you a question? Yes. How old are you? Harry looked at him. Harry did not, in any sense, say what was true. Harry, in the empty classroom, in front of the empty mirror, in the gentle company of the most dangerous man in the country, said, 11, sir. Dumbledore did not press. Dumbledore, after a long moment, smiled. It was an old smile. It was not the smile of a man who had been deceived. It was the smile of a man who had recognized that his question had been, in some operational sense, the wrong question, and that he had been corrected without being corrected. Forgive me, Dumbledore said. Of course you are. Yes, Headmaster. The mirror, Harry, will be moved tomorrow. It is dangerous to dwell upon dreams and forget to live, but you, I think, are in no such danger. No, sir. Good night, my boy. Good night, sir. Harry left. He walked back to the tower in the dark. The castle, around him, breathed quietly. He did not write, that night, in his notebook. He lay on the bed in the dorm, and he listened to the breathing of Ron and Neville and Dean and Seamus, and he thought, for a long time, in the older voice, with the older cadence, power, properly used, does not dominate. It chooses. And what it chooses, he added, in the same voice, is what makes it a king. He went to sleep. The Quidditch happened, like much of the local culture, by accident. He had gone to the first flying lesson with the rest of the first years on a windy Tuesday morning in October. Madame Hooch had stood in the courtyard with 20 brooms laid out on the grass and the body language of a professional. Harry, who had not flown a broom before, had flown one when Hooch set up, and the broom, which had been the kind of broom the school assigned to first years and which had not been the kind of broom that responded to a tentative voice, had leapt into his hand the way a wand leapt into the hand of a wizard the wand had decided to belong to. Hooch had looked at him. She had looked at him the way Ollivander had looked at him. She had, at the end of the hour, said, Mr. Potter. A word. The word, by the end of the afternoon, had become the youngest seeker in a century. He had not asked for the position. He had not refused it. The position, on operational grounds, was a useful one. The position required of him only that he fly fast, attend a small number of public sporting events at which he would be required to perform a small set of physical maneuvers, and capture a single small flying object before another small flying object captured it. The position, for a being who had piloted ships through the rings of dying suns, was light recreation. He flew well. He flew well at the level required of an 11-year-old seeker, and he did not, on his first match against Slytherin in November, fly at the level he was capable of, which would have ended the match in 11 seconds and made him conspicuous for the wrong reasons. He flew at the level of a young prodigy, which was what the school had decided he was, and he caught the snitch in the 11th minute by the old maneuver of pretending to dive after a thing that was not the snitch in order to draw the opposing seeker into a path the snitch was about to enter, which was a maneuver, he understood, that nobody at this school had yet thought to formalize. Wood, the Gryffindor captain, wept on the way back to the castle. Harry did not. He filed Quidditch under the heading Useful Camouflage and turned his attention to the larger matter of the year, which was the stone. The stone, in the mirror, in the chamber under the third-floor corridor, was the school's best-kept secret and the worst-kept secret simultaneously, the kind of secret that had been entrusted to children by adults whose definition of secret included "let everyone know there is one." He had identified the stone, by mid-October, as the parcel from Vault 713. He had identified the chamber under the third-floor corridor by listening, with the quiet attention of a being who had been a king, to the patterns of staff foot traffic. He had identified Quirrell as the inside man. He had identified, by Christmas, that the stone was being protected by a series of obstacles designed by the staff for the staff's amusement, and that the obstacles were sufficient to delay an inexperienced wizard but insufficient to stop a competent one. He waited. He waited because, on his model of the year, the lesson the school needed was not "the stone is safe." The school had not, in his assessment, learned anything by Halloween. The school had been told a troll was in the dungeons. The school had not asked who put the troll in the dungeons. The school needed the rest of the year to ask the question, and the school needed, at the end of the year, to discover the answer for itself. He let the year proceed. In May, he and Hermione and Ron, on the slow accumulating evidence of a year of small clues, came to the conclusion that someone was going to attempt to steal the stone before term ended. Hermione, on a Tuesday evening in the library, had laid out the evidence in a small careful sequence. Ron had, on the same evening, said "bloody hell" a record 14 times. Harry, who had assembled the evidence himself by November and had been guiding the conversation since, performed the appropriate degree of dawning recognition. The recognition, by Friday, became a plan. The plan, on a Saturday night in early June, became an action. They went down through the trapdoor. Harry, descending into the chamber, registered each of the obstacles in turn. The three-headed dog Hagrid had named Fluffy, the devil's snare in the chamber below, the room of flying keys, the giant chess set, the troll already neutralized by another hand, the potions logic puzzle, and let Hermione and Ron solve them one by one, with a small amount of his help on the chessboard, where Ron, at the end of his sacrifice play, took a bishop to the temple and crumpled to the tile. Harry, on his way past, knelt at Ron's side. He put his hand on Ron's neck. The neck was warm. The neck had the pulse of an unconscious child rather than a dead one. He looked at Hermione. "He's all right," he said. "He'll have a headache." "Are you sure?" "Yes." She looked at him. She looked at him in the way she had been looking at him since November, which was the look of a girl with a folder. "Hermione." "Yes." "Go back. Get Madame Pomfrey. Get McGonagall. Get the headmaster, if you can find him. Tell them where we are. You should come with me." "I am the bait," Harry said. "I am the bait that the entire year has been waiting to use. The headmaster has put me in the position of being the bait. I will, in this last hour, be the bait. You will not be the bait. You will go and bring help." "Yes." She did not move. "Hermione." "All right," she said. She went. He went forward, alone, into the last chamber. Quirrell was at the mirror. Quirrell, without the turban, was a strange and pitiable figure. Quirrell's head, in the back, had grown a second face, and the second face was small and snake-pale and approximately as functional as the face of a 5-year-old with a fever, and the face, on seeing him, made a sound that was almost a hiss. Harry, in the doorway of the chamber, stopped. He looked at the second face. He let the second face look back. He let the second face register, on its own optic nerve, the data it was carrying. The data was the same data the troll had received. The data was older than the killing curse. The data was older than Voldemort. The second face did not, immediately, recognize the data. The second face was, in this body, in the place of the troll. The second face had been, in its own life, the predator. The second face had not, in its own experience, ever before been the prey. It registered the situation. You, Voldemort said. You are, not a child. No, Harry said. What are you? That, Harry said, is the wrong question. He stepped into the chamber. He did not raise the wand. He kept his hands at his sides. He walked the way he had walked into the bathroom on Halloween. He walked at the pace at which the small prey mind in the second face could observe him. Quirrell, on the body, raised his wand. Quirrell's wand hand was shaking. Master, Quirrell said. Master, what is, quiet, the second face said. Harry, 3 paces from the mirror, paused. He looked at the mirror. The mirror, behind Quirrell, was the same mirror that had been in the empty classroom in November. The mirror was the mirror Dumbledore had moved. Harry registered, with a flash of small admiration, that Dumbledore had moved the mirror not away from him, but to here, into the protection scheme, on the working hypothesis that the mirror would, when looked into by an applicant for the stone, refuse to deliver the stone unless the applicant's deepest desire was to find the stone without using it. The hypothesis was a beautiful piece of design. The hypothesis was, on a dozen counts, a piece of design Harry approved of. The hypothesis was about to fail. It was about to fail because Voldemort, on the back of Quirrell's head, did, at this moment, want the stone without using it. Voldemort was already mostly dead. Voldemort wanted the stone in order to be alive again. The mirror, on Voldemort's pane, would shortly display the stone in Voldemort's hand, and the stone, in the mirror's design, would shortly fall out of the mirror into Voldemort's actual pocket. Harry stepped between Voldemort and the mirror. Don't, he said. Voldemort, on the second face, did the thing approximating a frown. Voldemort, on the second face, said, step aside. No. You are nothing. You are a child. You are a, convenient, body. You will step aside. Tom, Harry said. Quietly. Voldemort, on the second face, went still. What? Tom Riddle, Harry said. That was your name. You have not heard the name in a long time. You have not heard it because nobody in this country has the courage to use it. You have not heard it because you do not, in the privacy of your own head, use it. I am using it now because, in this room, between us, I think it is important that we both remember what you actually are. Voldemort, on the second face, attempted to speak. He did not, in the moment, have the speech. He had not been spoken to like this in 50 years. You are a wizard, Harry continued, in the same quiet voice. You are a wizard of some natural talent and a great deal of expended effort. You are a wizard who has, in the last 2 decades, begun to confuse himself for a god. You are not a god. I have met gods. I have, in some sense, been one. You do not have the fundamental disposition. You do not have the structural patience. You have only the appetite, and the appetite, Tom, is the smallest of the qualifications. Quirrell's wand hand, in front of the body, trembled. You know nothing of, I know more than you do, Harry said. That is, in fact, the relevant difference between us. I will not, today, end you. I will not, today, end you because the school has not yet learned what it needs to learn, and the school will not learn it from my hand. The school will learn it from yours. You will, in the years to come, give them every lesson they require, and you will give the lessons by being yourself. And at the end of the lessons, when the school has become the kind of place that no longer needs me to handle you, the school will handle you, and you will, in the strict sense, be unmade. By them. Not by me. You cannot, I can, Harry said. I am, at this moment, choosing not to. The choice is, if you would understand it, the most generous gift you have ever been given. You will not, in the years left to you, recognize it as a gift. You will spend the years building toward your own end, and the end will arrive, on time, and you will be entirely surprised by it. That, also, is the gift. Voldemort, on the second face, did the thing that was almost a snarl. Quirinus. Quirrell raised the wand. Harry, without lifting his hand, looked at Quirrell. He looked at Quirrell with the eyes of the troll bathroom, and the eyes of the goblin bow, and the eyes, very briefly, of the throne. The eyes did not glow. The eyes did not bleed. The eyes did, however, light, at their core, with a small instant of red, and the small instant of red was, in soul frequency, the residue of omega beams that had not been omega beams in this universe but were the residue of omega beams in another. Quirrell, in the small unfortunate body, screamed. Quirrell screamed because the parasite on his back, on registering the red in the eyes, had attempted to detach. The attempted detachment, against the binding the parasite had constructed in Albania, had torn the bone of Quirrell's skull at the seam. Quirrell, at the back of his head, began to bleed. Harry stepped forward. He put his hand on Quirrell's wrist. He guided the wand down. "Sit," he said. Quirrell sat. Voldemort, on the second face, had already begun to flee. The fleeing was not, on this geometry, an exit. The fleeing was a small puff of black smoke separating from the bleeding skull and proceeding, with great speed, through the wall of the chamber into the unaccompanied air beyond. Harry watched the smoke go. He did not, on his face, perform anything. He knelt at Quirrell's side. He put his hand on Quirrell's forehead. He stilled the bleeding. He did it without the wand, because the wand was not necessary, because the will of an 11-year-old who was also a god in remediation was sufficient to a small wound. "You are safe," Harry said. Quirrell, in his arms, was crying. He was crying the way an adult cried in the rare moments adults cried, which was differently from how children cried. He cried because he had been, for 14 months, a slave, and the slavery had ended. He cried because he had been, for 14 months, in pain that he had been told was the price of his greatness, and the price had now been refunded. Harry held him until the school arrived. The school arrived. McGonagall first, with Hermione behind her, and then Snape, and then Dumbledore, who had not, when the year required him to be elsewhere, been elsewhere. Dumbledore, from the doorway, took the chamber in. Dumbledore took Harry in, and the unconscious Quirrell, and the absent black smoke, and the mirror behind them. Dumbledore did not, in the doorway, ask what had happened. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Dumbledore inclined his head, 1 degree. He let the silence go on for an entire second longer than was comfortable. Then, gently, he said, "My boy. Are you hurt?" "No, Headmaster." "Then come, please, with Professor McGonagall. We will speak in the morning." "Yes, Headmaster." He did not, in the morning, tell Dumbledore much. He told him, in clean honest sentences, the events the headmaster could verify. He did not tell him about the troll bathroom in November. He did not tell him about the eyes. He did not tell him about the older voice, or the older soul, or the cadence in the cupboard. He did not tell him that he had spared Voldemort. He told him that he had stalled Quirrell. That Voldemort had fled. That the stone was still in the mirror. Dumbledore, behind the desk, listened. Dumbledore, behind the desk, asked 5 questions. Harry, in the chair opposite, answered each of them in a single sentence. The 5 answers were, in their entirety, true. They were, however, not the whole truth. Dumbledore did not press for the whole truth. Dumbledore, at the end of the interview, looked at him for a long beat over the half-moon spectacles, and said, "Harry." "Yes, Headmaster. Whatever else you are, my boy, you are a kind one. That is, I think, the most important thing you are. Hold to it." Harry, in the chair, did not at first answer. He had not been, in any prior life, kind. He had been efficient, intelligent, terrifying, and victorious. He had been, on a number of occasions, courteous. He had not, in any tongue he knew, been called kind, and the word, applied to the thing he currently was, did something, in the small body, that he had not authorized. "Thank you, headmaster," he said. He left. He went out into the corridor. He stood for a moment with his hand on the wall. He breathed. The castle, on the other side of the wall, breathed back. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, "Kind." He turned the word over. He filed it. Chapter 3 end. Chapter 4, on the subject of King's Summer, on Privet Drive, was a posture. Vernon and Petunia and Dudley had not, in his absence, become better people. They had become, by the contracted standard of the Dursleys, less bad. Vernon had, on the evening Harry returned from King's Cross, met him in the hallway with an expression that was half a glower and half an architectural problem. Vernon was attempting, with the muscles available to him, to say "Welcome home." The muscles were not equipped. The attempt looked, on Vernon's face, like a small abdominal cramp. Harry took it for the gesture it was meant to be. "Uncle Vernon," he said, politely. Vernon nodded, twice, and went back to the lounge. Dudley remained at a distance. Petunia, on the morning of the third day, set down at the corner of the kitchen counter a plate of bacon that was the same size as the plate she set down for Vernon. Harry registered the plate. He thanked her. He ate at the table. She did not speak to him during the meal. She did not need to. He had come back from his first year at Hogwarts in possession of, among other things, the bearing of a person who had survived a public encounter with a troll, and the family had, on the slow seismic logic of households, recalibrated. He spent the summer reading. He had sent Hedwig to Hermione with instructions to send him books. Hermione had sent him books. He had sent Hedwig to Hermione 3 times more, with money, and Hermione had sent further books. By the end of July he had read every textbook, every required reading, every supplementary reading, and every monograph in the Hogwarts general curriculum from year 1 through year 7. He had, in addition, read the entirety of the small library his cousin had left in his old spare room, which contained 2 encyclopedias and a single volume on the history of British witchcraft from a public library that had, on a subsequent visit, been unable to locate the volume. He had read the encyclopedias. He had read the volume. He had stopped, briefly, on a chapter on the founding of Hogwarts, and he had, in pencil, in the margin, made a small annotation that the standard account of Slytherin's departure was, by his analysis, badly incomplete. The day before his 12th birthday, a small creature appeared in his bedroom. The creature was 3 feet tall. The creature had the body of a starved rabbit and the ears of a malnourished bat, and it stood on the foot of his bed with a tea cozy on its head and an expression on its face that was, by the standards of all sapient beings he had encountered, the face of a slave. He recognized the face. He had been responsible for that face on a number of worlds. "Harry Potter, sir," the creature said, with the rolling enthusiasm of a being who had been beaten for enthusiasm and had decided to demonstrate it anyway. "Such an honor it is. Sit down," Harry said. The creature, on the bed, sat down. The creature, on the bed, sat down because Harry had used the voice that the troll had heard and that Vernon had heard and that Voldemort, on the back of Quirrell, had heard, and the creature, like the troll and the man and the parasite, had a part of itself that recognized the voice and obeyed it. "What is your name?" "Dobby, sir." "Dobby the house elf." "Dobby. Why are you here?" Dobby, on the bed, told him. Dobby, in the rolling tongue of a being who had not been allowed to speak in 15 years, told him about the plot. The plot at Hogwarts. The plot that had been made by Dobby's master, a master Dobby could not name and would not name and would, when forced to name, beat his own head with the nearest hard object in protest. The plot involved Hogwarts. The plot involved a danger to children. The plot, in Dobby's view, was a danger to Harry Potter, and Dobby had come to ask Harry Potter, with all the dignity available to a starved rabbit on a tea cozy, not to return to school. Harry listened. He listened the entire way through. He did not interrupt. He did not ask questions until Dobby was done. When Dobby was done, Harry said, "Dobby. I am not going to stay home. Dobby's face did the thing his face did. And, Dobby. Your master is Lucius Malfoy. Dobby, on the bed, did not have a face for that. Dobby beat his own forehead with the bedpost until Harry, on the bedside, took his small wrists and held them, gently, and said, Dobby. Stop. I will not punish you. I will not tell anyone. I am, in fact, the only person on this island you can tell. You will return to him. You will not warn him about me. You will, however, in the year to come, do for me one thing, which is this: you will, on the night I send Hedwig to you with the word go, find me. We will, on that night, conclude the business of your servitude. Yes. Dobby, on the bed, did not understand. Dobby, on the bed, registered the yes. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Yes. He vanished. Harry, alone on the bed, sat for a long time with his hands flat on his knees. He thought about the elf. He thought about the elves of Apocalypse, who had been, in the local taxonomy, justifiers, a slave caste constructed by Granny in the 12th millennium, and he thought about the small structural similarity between the institutions, and he thought about how much, in his current life, he was going to be required to dismantle quietly, on the side, while the noisy work of Voldemort played out in the foreground. He filed the elf. He went to sleep. The Burrow, when he arrived there, was, on first inspection, the happiest building he had ever stood inside. The Weasleys had collected him from Privet Drive in a flying car. The Weasleys, on the morning of the collection, had landed in the back garden in front of Petunia's roses and had, in 5 minutes, produced Ron, Fred, George, and a quantity of unspecific cheerful chaos that had turned the Dursleys briefly silent. Harry had, on the way out of the door, paused at the threshold with his trunk on the trolley and had looked at Vernon and Petunia and Dudley, in their 3 positions in the hall. He had, on the threshold, said, "Thank you for the summer." He had said it without irony. He had said it without satire. He had said it, as far as he was able, as a king said it to a household that had agreed, against its inclinations, to host him. Vernon had nodded. Petunia had, in the corner of her eye, had a thing that was almost a tear and almost not, and the thing had not, strictly speaking, fallen. Dudley had said, "Bye, Harry." It was the first time Dudley had said his name in 7 years. Harry had walked to the car. The Burrow, after Privet Drive, was a different country. The Burrow was a house held up by enchantment and goodwill and the sustained labor of Molly Weasley. The Burrow had ghouls in the attic. The Burrow had a clock with no numbers and 7 hands. The Burrow had a kitchen that fed 9 people 3 times a day and a garden that contained gnomes who, on Harry's first afternoon, were ejected by Ron and the twins with the practiced air of professional gardeners. Harry, in the garden, allowed himself to enjoy it. He enjoyed it because the enjoyment was a kind of training. He had decided, in the Privet Drive cupboard 4 years earlier, that he would learn how to be a king. He had not, in the cupboard, fully understood that the king would also need to learn how to be loved. He was learning. He had Ron. He had Hermione. He had, now, in some unspecific extended way, the Weasleys, who had, on the basis of one summer, adopted him. Molly Weasley, on his second afternoon, hugged him hello and goodbye on every meal, and Molly Weasley's hugs were, by apocalyptic standards, an extreme physical invasion, and Harry, on the 3rd day of being hugged, registered that he was, very faintly, beginning to like them. He filed it. Diagon Alley, that summer, also gave him Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart was a blond man with a smile he had, by long discipline, made his second job. Lockhart had a stack of his own books on a stack of crates and a robe of lavender that the eye, by its design, had been instructed to find handsome. Lockhart, on the morning of the appearance, was the new defense against the dark arts professor. Harry, on registering Lockhart, identified him as a fraud in approximately 2 seconds. The identification was not, on his part, malicious. The identification was simply a matter of pattern. Lockhart did not stand the way a man who had killed a banshee stood. Lockhart did not move the way a man who had wrestled a werewolf moved. Lockhart, when shaking the hand of a passing journalist, used the grip of a man whose grip had been calibrated for photographs. Lockhart was, from the smile to the hair to the gait, a constructed object. Harry approved of the construction. The construction was competent. Lockhart had done good work on himself. The work was, however, all of the work Lockhart had ever done. The remainder of his books, and Harry had, by this point, read all 7 of them, was, to a being who had read enormous quantities of fraudulent self-history in his prior career, a fraud of a recognizable kind, the kind written by a man with a small genuine talent for one specific spell who had used the spell to assemble a publishing career. The specific spell was memory charms. Harry filed Lockhart for later use. The school year began. The car flight to Hogwarts in Ron's brother's flying Ford was, by the standards of Year 2, the best decision Harry had so far permitted Ron to make. The platform barrier had been sealed. The reasonable alternative had been an owl to McGonagall. Harry had let Ron talk him into the car because the car was, on principle, fun, and because Harry, in his current life, was learning the discipline of fun. The car flew. The car arrived. The car was, at the end, parked sideways in the Whomping Willow. McGonagall, in her office, gave them the dressing down they had earned, and a small, half-seen smile she had not earned, and detentions that they served. Harry served the detentions cheerfully. He had, in his prior life, served far worse. Year 2, in its general structure, played out as he had read it would. Mrs. Norris was petrified in October. The writing on the wall, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the Air, beware, was, to Harry, a piece of operational intelligence. The Air was Voldemort. The Voldemort presently in the Air's role was not the disembodied parasite from Quirrell's skull. The Voldemort presently in the role was a younger version, one Harry had not, in his model of the year, modeled correctly until the diary surfaced. The diary surfaced, in the proper time, in Ginny Weasley's hands. Harry watched it surface. He watched it surface for 2 months without intervening, because the intervention, if too early, would have terminated the diary's effect on Ginny before Ginny had the chance to discover what she could survive. Ginny, in his model, was going to be one of the most useful people to come out of the year. Ginny needed to be, by the end of the year, the kind of person who had survived having her mind colonized by a remnant of Voldemort, because the surviving was, in the long arc, going to be the foundation of who Ginny became. Harry, on the side of the year that wanted to lift the diary out of her hands in November, did not lift it. Harry, on the side of the year that wanted to leave it in her hands until February, left it. He told himself this was strategic. He told himself, in the small brown notebook on the night of the second petrification, that the strategy was correct. He told himself, in the same notebook, on the night of the third petrification, that he was uneasy with the strategy. He intervened earlier than he had planned. He intervened on the Saturday after Hermione was petrified. Hermione, in her petrification, had been carrying a folded page of Hogwarts, a history in her hand. The page was the page on the basilisk. The page was the answer to the entire mystery, and Hermione, in the moment before her petrification, had been on her way to find him to give it to him. He had not, on the morning of her petrification, been in the library where she had expected him. He had been in the kitchens, with Dobby, who had become, in the term, his quiet ally, conducting the business of Dobby's eventual emancipation. He had not, in his own model of the year, planned for the cost. The cost was Hermione, on a hospital bed, frozen for 6 weeks. He stood beside the bed for 40 minutes the first night. He did not speak. He looked at her face. He looked at the curl of her right hand around the page she had been carrying. He took the page. He read it. He folded it. He put it in his pocket. He looked at her face again. He sat down on the visitor's stool. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, I have, by my arrogance, allowed someone I now seem to be in the business of caring about to be hurt. The strategy one adopted was correct on its abstract terms. The strategy one adopted was incorrect, in this case, because I underestimated my own attachment to her. Attachments require a different calculus. I have not, in any prior life, had attachments worth the recalibration. He thought, I will recalibrate. He thought, I will not, again, leave her in the path of the avoidable. He stood up. He took her hand. He held it for 1 minute. He did not speak. The hand was cold. The hand was, in the strict sense, alive. He left. He killed the diary the next night. He did not kill it in the chamber. He did not kill it with the sword of Gryffindor or the fang of a basilisk, although the year, in its planned arc, had been preparing both. He killed it, on a Saturday night, in the second-floor bathroom in which the troll had once sat down, and which had become, by way of the ghost in residence, the nearest thing the school had to a private workroom. He killed it, alone, with Hermione's folded page in his pocket and Dobby standing watch outside the door. He had taken the diary from Ginny's bedside that afternoon. He had taken it gently. He had told Ginny, in 5 quiet sentences, what the diary was, and what she had not been doing of her own volition, and that he would, by the end of the night, end it. Ginny, on her bed in the tower, had cried for 30 seconds and had, with a small ferocious dignity that was the first emergence of the woman she would eventually be, told him to do it. He had hugged her once. He had taken the diary. He had gone. In the bathroom, he placed the diary on the floor. He sat across from it on the tile. He waited. After a moment, a voice spoke from inside the diary. The voice was a young man's. The voice was, Harry recognized, the voice Tom Riddle had, in his memory, not been allowed to keep, because the voice he had developed afterwards had, at some early point in his adulthood, been deliberately replaced by the sibilant. "Who are you?" the diary said. "Harry Potter," Harry said. There was a pause. The diary, in the pause, was assembling. "I see," it said. "Yes. I see. The Potter boy. The one who has been seen with the Weasley girl. You have come to, what? Save her. She is already saved. I have come to end you. You have come to play with me," the diary said. You have come to, Tom. What? Riddle. Tom. I am going to talk to you for 1 minute, and then I am going to end you. Listen, please. The diary did not speak. You wrote yourself into this object when you were 16, Harry said. You did so because you had already begun, at 16, to believe that you were too important to die. You did so because you had begun, at 16, to do the long work of dividing your soul. The long work has, by your present time, gone further. There are, by my count, 6 other versions of you currently extant. You are, of the 7, the youngest. You are also, of the 7, the only one who can still hear me. The others are too far gone. You are, in the strict structural sense, the last salvageable Tom. Salvageable, I am offering you, in the next 30 seconds, the choice not to be Voldemort. The diary made a sound. The sound was, in the small room, almost a laugh. The laugh, on the tile of the bathroom, was the laugh of a 16-year-old who had not yet, in his own time, become a thing that did not laugh. You are joking. No. What would I be, instead? A man, Harry said. A wizard. A long-lived, intelligent, possibly extraordinary, possibly reformed, possibly redeemed, definitely flawed, definitely human wizard. With a name. Living in a country. With friends. With work. Who has not killed anyone who has not consented to the killing. The diary went quiet. It is not, the diary said, an offer I have heard before. I imagine not. It is also not, the diary said, an offer I am going to take. I imagine not. Why, the diary said. Why do you make it? Harry, on the tile, looked at the diary. He thought, for a long moment, before he answered. He thought of the cupboard. He thought of the slow training of the Dursleys. He thought of the troll in the bathroom. He thought of the eyes in the chamber under the third floor. He thought of Hermione, petrified, in the hospital wing. Because, he said, I am also, in the strict sense, a salvageable monster. The diary did not answer. And, he added, because nobody made me the offer in time. I would have liked someone to. Who, the diary said. Who are you? Harry, on the tile, raised the holly wand. He spoke a word. The word was not a wand word. The word was, in cadence, a word of the older kind, in the older voice, of the older soul. The word was the word that, in his prior life, he had used for closing the loops on objects of a particular kind, soul anchors. The word was unmade. The diary, on the tile, opened. It opened the way an eye opens. It opened, and the ink in the spine of it lifted, and the lifted ink writhed, and the writhing ink became, briefly, a young man, and the young man, briefly, looked at Harry with an expression that, on his 16-year-old face, was almost a thank you. The ink fell. The ink, on the tile, was simply ink. The diary lay open. The pages of it were blank. Harry, on the tile, set down the wand. He picked up the diary. He folded it shut. He held it for a moment in his lap. He did not, by any measure, weep. He had not wept in this body. He did, however, breathe out a long breath, and the long breath was the closest he had come, in his current life, to the act. He stood. He left the bathroom. He walked to the hospital wing. He set the diary on the table beside Hermione's bed. He sat on the visitor's stool. He took her hand again. It's all right, he said, to her quiet face. I've sorted it. You can come back when the mandrakes are ready. Take your time. He sat, for the rest of the night, in the hospital wing. The Chamber of Secrets, when he eventually went down into it, was a disappointment. The chamber, the trapdoor, the slither of the basilisk, all of it had been, in the local imagination, a piece of architecture appropriate to the most ambitious dark wizard of the last generation. The reality was a tunnel of slime and bones, a door of carved snakes, and a chamber the size of a small cathedral with a statue of Slytherin at the back that was, in its sculptor's craft, the second-rate work of an apprentice. Harry had, in his prior life, seen better statues in the tomb warrens of Apocalypse's lower castes. The basilisk, however, was a person. He had not expected this. He had walked into the chamber expecting an animal. He had expected, on his model of the year, to apologize to the animal for having to put it down, and to put it down. The animal would have suffered no injustice. The animal had been bred, by a wizard 1,000 years dead, into a state of confined service. Releasing it from the service would have been the kind thing. The basilisk, when he opened its eyes, the chamber was full of running water, and water, in this geometry, mirrored a basilisk's gaze in a way that allowed eye contact at the safe second remove, was not an animal. The basilisk was a person of extreme age and limited language, a sapient who had been kept, for 10 centuries, in a hole in the ground, with no companion, no light, and no occupation other than waiting for one of the heirs of Slytherin to come and use her. The use, in her 1,000 years of solitude, had occurred twice. She was, on the morning Harry arrived, 900 years old and lonely. He did not raise the wand. He did not look at her in the way he had looked at the troll. The troll had been a small old animal. She was something else. She was the second oldest sapient he had so far met on this planet, the first being Dumbledore, and she was, in her age, deserving of the courtesy he had not, in his prior life, offered any of her elders. He sat down on the chamber floor. He spoke to her in Parseltongue. Parseltongue was the thing he had inherited, in this body, from the small fragment of Voldemort in the scar. Parseltongue was, under the surface of the language, not quite a wizarding tongue at all. It was an older syntax, with the deep grammar of a much earlier kind of magic, and Harry, who had spoken 17 tongues and 17 cosmologies, found it an easy language to mean things in. He told her his name. He asked her hers. She gave it to him. The name was a name in her language, and the name, in any other language, would not have transferred. He took the name. He held it for a moment as a courtesy. He did not, on his side, give her back his older names. He gave her, instead, the small new name, Harry, which was, by his estimation, in the moment, the truest of the names he was currently going by. They spoke, on the chamber floor, for 40 minutes. They spoke about the chamber. About the school above the chamber. About the centuries between her last summons and her present one. About the heirs, and the heir present, who was, she had felt his arrival in November, a thin and tired echo of a man rather than a man, and whom she had not been impressed by. He asked her, gently, what she wanted. She told him she did not, in any operational sense, want anything any more. She had wanted, once, to leave. Many centuries ago. The chamber had not let her. The chamber had, on Slytherin's design, sealed itself around her at her arrival and had never, in her entire life, been permitted to open without an heir's command. He asked, gently again, if she wanted to leave now. She considered. She told him no. She told him she had been in the chamber too long. She told him she did not, at her age, have the inclination to make herself a place outside it. She told him that what she would like, instead, was company. He asked her if she would, on her next 1,000 years, be content to live in the chamber as a place of contemplation. He asked her if she would consent, in the same chamber, to be the resident of a small repurposing, a meditation hall, he called it, in her language, a chamber to which any student of the school could come, in the years to come, who was prepared to greet her with the courtesy he had greeted her with, and to sit on the floor and speak with her, and to learn from her the things she had to teach, which were old and slow and worth learning. She considered. She said yes. He told her he would, in the years to come, arrange it. He told her he would, in the years to come, send her visitors. He told her she would, in the years to come, be permitted to refuse any visitor whose courtesy did not meet her standard. He told her, at the end of the conversation, his older names. Both of them. As a gift. Because she had earned, by age and by patience, the truth. She received the names without surprise. She told him she had, in her long sleep, met older beings in dreams, and that he was not the most surprising of them. She told him she would, in his absence, keep his secret. She told him she was, on balance, glad he had come. He bowed to her. He bowed at the depth he had used for the goblin at Gringotts. She inclined her great head in return. He left the chamber. He sealed it behind him with the heir's command. Year 2 ended in the way years did. Hermione, with the mandrakes, came back. She came back at the end of May, in her bed in the hospital wing, and Harry, who had been sitting on the visitor's stool every Tuesday and Thursday for 6 weeks, was sitting there when her eyes opened. She blinked. She saw him. She smiled, the slow soft smile of a girl waking from a nap, and then her eyes sharpened, and she sat up, and she looked at him. "How long?" she said. 6 weeks. "Have you been sitting there the whole time?" "Twice a week. Tuesdays and Thursdays." She looked at him. The look was the Hermione look, with the folder, with the long careful observation. The look did not make a question. It made an inventory. "Harry," she said. "Yes." "What are you?" He looked at her. He looked at her for a long moment. He thought, she has earned an answer. She has earned, in fact, the answer. He did not, in the moment, give her the answer. He said, "Hermione. There is a long answer to that question. There is also a short answer. The short answer is, I am your friend." I am also, in some sense, more than that. You have been correct, all year, to wonder. I will, in time, tell you the long answer. I am not, on this Tuesday morning, in the hospital wing of a school full of children, prepared to give it. Will you wait? She looked at him. She said, how long? 2 years, he said. He had said it without thinking. He realized, on saying it, that he had agreed with himself, in the saying, that 2 years was the right interval. 2 years was when the war began in earnest. 2 years was when she would, on operational grounds, need to know the long answer in order to be useful in the work ahead. 2 years was also, by his model, when she would be, by her own development, a person ready to receive the answer without breaking under it. She nodded. All right, she said. 2 years. I'll wait. She lay back on the pillow. She looked at the ceiling. After a moment, she said, but you are going to tell me, Harry. I want it on record. I am going to know. Yes. And one more thing. Yes. Sit on the visitor's stool, please. Just for an hour. Until I fall back asleep. He sat. Dumbledore, on the last day of term, asked to see him. Harry, in the office, did not, this time, attempt to evade. Dumbledore, behind the desk, was, on observation, in the middle of one of the long internal conversations Dumbledore was, that year, increasingly often in the middle of. The conversation was about Harry. The conversation had been about Harry since Halloween of his first year, and the conversation was, on Dumbledore's side, growing older. Dumbledore offered him a sherbet lemon. Harry took one. He had been intending to, by his model of the year, refuse it. He took it instead. The taking, on the desk, was a small gesture of cooperation. Dumbledore, on the other side of the desk, registered the gesture. Harry, Dumbledore said. Yes, headmaster. I have known, for some time, that you are not, in some important sense, the boy that Hogwarts believes you to be. I have not raised the matter. I have not raised it because I have been waiting for the moment you would, on your own initiative, raise it with me. The moment, I think, has perhaps arrived. Harry looked at him. He looked at Dumbledore. He thought, in the older voice, he is patient. He is older than I had thought. He is, in his own way, exactly the kind of being I would, in a different life, have either annexed or destroyed. I find, in this life, that I would prefer a third option. Conversation. He did not, in the chair, say his older names. He said, quietly, Headmaster. I have, in addition to the soul I was born with, second occupant. Older. From elsewhere. The second occupant is, in remediation. The second occupant remembers a great many things that the boy you took from Privet Drive ought not to remember. I have, in my time at this school, attempted to be, only, the boy. I have not yet, in your view, succeeded. You have, in fact, Dumbledore said, succeeded with most of the staff. But not with you. No. Harry inclined his head. I will tell you, Headmaster, only this. I was, in my prior occupation, a tyrant. I am not, in this one, going to be one. I am attempting, in the small available privacy of an 11-year-old's life, to become something else. The something else is, in the ancient language of the position, a king. Kings rule by obligation. Tyrants rule by extraction. I have decided, as far as the decision is mine to make, in favor of obligation. I would ask, on the basis of this decision, your forbearance. Dumbledore did not speak. He looked at Harry for a long beat over the half-moon spectacles. He said, eventually, more softly than Harry had heard him say anything, I have ruled. I have conquered. I have been. He said the words slowly. He said them as if quoting a stone he had once read. Harry, on his chair, did not move. I have, in my own youth, Dumbledore said, had a similar conversation with myself. I was younger than you. I was not, on the day, of your scale. I was, however, of the same disposition. I will tell you, Harry, what I decided then. I decided that the form of greatness that does not destroy the person who carries it is not power but love. That the love must be given, not imposed. That the giving must be daily. That the person who attempts the giving will, on the days he fails it, be a worse version of himself than he was on the previous day, and that the failure does not relieve him of the requirement to attempt the giving on the day after. He paused. I have, he added, failed at this often. Yes, Harry said. You will, also, fail at it often. Yes. My boy, Dumbledore said. The my boy, this time, was different. The my boy this time was the my boy of an old man addressing, not a child, but a colleague who had, in some private capacity, sat at the same kind of desk. Harry, in the chair, inclined his head 1 degree. Dumbledore, on the other side, inclined his back. The conversation was, in some structural sense, the establishment of an alliance. I will, Dumbledore said, in the coming years, expect great things of you. I will also, in the coming years, expect difficult things. I will sometimes ask you for things you would prefer not to give. I will, in such moments, give you my reasons. You will, in such moments, give me yours. We will, as far as it is possible between us, be honest with one another. Yes. Yes, headmaster. Good. Eat your sherbet lemon. Harry ate the sherbet lemon. It was, by the standards of confections he had eaten in his current life, an excellent sherbet lemon. The standards were, admittedly, light. He left the office. He walked back to the tower. He sat on the foot of the 4-poster bed for 1 minute. He looked at the canopy. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, power, properly used, does not dominate. It chooses. And one of the things it chooses, increasingly often, is partnership. He filed the word. He went to dinner. He did not, that evening, attend the leaving feast. He went, instead, to the kitchens. He brought Dobby a sock. The sock was one of his own, plain and grey, worn at the heel. He set it on the kitchen counter. Dobby, who had been carrying a stack of pies and who had, in passing, made eye contact with the sock, dropped 2 of the pies in his haste to claim it. The pies smashed on the floor. The other elves, who had been silent, stopped working. Dobby took the sock in his small starved hands. Dobby looked at the sock. Dobby, who had been a slave for 76 years, registered that the sock was a gift, and that the gift had been left, by the gifting party, on a public counter in the kitchen of a school, in front of the whole staff of his fellow elves. Master is, not master, Harry said. Friend. Free. Dobby, on the counter, sat down. He sat down because his small starved knees did not, on that information, cooperate. The other elves, around him, did not speak. The other elves, Harry registered, had not, in their own lives, considered that the legal mechanism by which they were freed was the giving of an article of clothing by a being with the standing to give it. They had known. They had not, in the daily arithmetic of their lives, framed the knowledge as a possibility. Harry, on the other side of the counter, did not press. He said, quietly, I will not be raising this further tonight. I would ask each of you, however, to consider, in your own time, in your own way, what kind of giver of socks you would, in due course, like to seek out. I will, in the years to come, be available to discuss the question. He left the kitchens. He left the kitchens and went up to the tower. He went to bed. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, that the dismantling, which he had told himself would happen on the side, was no longer a side project, and that the side project had become, at some point in the year, the work itself. He filed the realization. He went to sleep. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The long game. The summer between Year 2 and Year 3 was the summer Aunt Marge came to visit. Harry had not, in his model of his current life, given Aunt Marge much weight. Aunt Marge was, on first inspection, a peripheral figure, Vernon's sister, of whom Petunia did not approve, who bred bulldogs in a kennel in West Country, and who arrived at Privet Drive once a year with a suitcase the size of a small horse and a temperament that had been cultivated, on the kennel grounds, by the daily company of dogs who did not, on principle, talk back. She did not, on his prior visits, register as someone he needed to handle. She registered, on this visit, on the second evening at dinner. She registered because she made a remark about his mother. Harry, at the table, was eating a slice of pudding. He had been listening to the conversation with a fraction of his attention while the larger fraction worked through, in the back of his head, the schedule of a meeting he intended, in the autumn, to convene with a small subset of the Hogwarts house elves. The subset had been responding, in his absence, to small letters Hedwig had been delivering. The letters, on the elves' side, had been growing braver. The remark snapped him to the front of his head. The remark was, if there's something rotten on the inside, no amount of breeding'll save it. Look at the boy. The mother was bad blood, see. You always knew. Nothing came of her, and nothing's coming of him. The dining room, on the remark, went quiet. Harry, with the spoon halfway to his mouth, set the spoon down. He thought, briefly, with the part of him that had ruled empires, no. He thought, in the next breath, with the part of him that had been training the self-discipline of a king, no, in the other direction. He did not, in the dining room, raise his voice. He did not, in the dining room, do the trick of the eyes. He did not, in the dining room, blow up Aunt Marge into a balloon, which would have been, in the older accounts, the kind of accidental adolescent magic incident that the year was supposed to provide. He did, instead, an older trick. He looked at Aunt Marge. He looked at her in the way he had looked at the goblin at Gringotts. He inclined his head. 1 degree. He said, in the voice the troll had heard, but at a lower volume, Marge. You are a guest in this house. The house is not yours. The boy is not yours. The mother, certainly, was not yours. You will, please, eat your pudding in silence. He had not, in any prior life, used the voice on a relative. He used it now. Aunt Marge, on the other side of the table, opened her mouth, and the mouth closed without producing the sound it had been preparing. Her hand, holding the wineglass, paused. Her face went through a sequence of expressions of which the final was a small chastened blink. She ate her pudding in silence. Vernon, beside her, had not, at the dinner, lifted his head for the duration of the exchange. Petunia, at the end of the table, had set down her own spoon. She was looking at Harry. She was looking at him with the look she had given him, in the kitchen on the morning of his 11th birthday, when she had not yet allowed herself to cry over Lily. Harry inclined his head to her. He took up his spoon. He continued his pudding. The dinner proceeded. He did not, in the years afterward, ever speak of the dinner. Vernon did not, in the years afterward, ever invite Aunt Marge to Privet Drive again. Aunt Marge did not, in the years afterward, ever request to come. Petunia, on the morning Marge departed, made him eggs. She did not speak. The eggs, on the plate, were a Petunia gesture, and the Petunia gesture, by the standards of the household, was, on the deepest count, an apology. He ate the eggs. He did not, on his face, perform anything. He kept the gesture. The night bus, that summer, became unnecessary. He had, on his earlier model, been planning to depart Privet Drive for Diagon Alley on his own, by way of an inflated ant and a triple-decker bus. The plan was, on his amended model, no longer required. He went to Diagon Alley by night bus regardless, on the day of his 13th birthday, because the night bus was an experience he had decided he ought to have at least once in this body, and because the journey, to a being who had piloted vessels through hyperspace, was, on its own terms, very enjoyable. He spent the last fortnight before term at the Leaky Cauldron. Tom, the innkeeper, gave him a small room above the bar. He read. He walked Diagon Alley in the early mornings. He took breakfast in the alley, in the open air at small tables, and he watched the wizarding world wake up and conduct the small commerce of its little autonomous city, and he found, with the part of him that had become unexpectedly fond of the surface texture of life on this island, that the watching was a thing he liked. He met Sirius Black, in some sense, on the third night. He did not meet the man. He met the dog. The dog was a great black dog, the size of a Newfoundland, who had been watching him from the alley behind the Leaky for 2 evenings before Harry, on the third evening, walked into the alley at a deliberate pace and stopped 6 feet from him. The dog, on the wall, did not retreat. Harry, 6 feet from the dog, knelt on one knee, the way one knelt to a person, and looked at the dog with the polite attention one gave a person. He said, lightly, "Sirius." The dog's posture changed. The dog, on the wall, registered the name. The dog had not, in the previous 12 years of his life, expected to be addressed as Sirius. The dog, in his current existence, had been called Padfoot by men in his memory and escaped convict by everyone else. The dog had not been called Sirius, by a person looking at him, since before his imprisonment. The dog, on the wall, did the thing dogs did when something they had not allowed themselves to want had, by accident, occurred. He sat down. Harry stayed kneeling. "I am not going to tell anyone," he said. "I am not, in fact, going to do anything tonight, because I have not yet thought the thing through. You will, please, come and see me again in 2 weeks. At Hogsmeade. The first weekend. I will be at the Three Broomsticks at 11 in the morning. I will have arranged, by then, the reception you require. I will, if you cooperate, have you a pardon by Christmas." "Yes." The dog stared at him. The dog had not, in his life as a dog, been spoken to like that. The dog made a sound that was, on the way out, almost a laugh, and was, on the way in, very nearly a sob. He nodded, once. Harry stood. He inclined his head 1 degree. "Good night, Sirius." The dog vanished into the dark behind the bins. Harry walked back to the Leaky. He sat on the edge of the bed in his small room for 15 minutes. He thought about what it meant that he had recognized Sirius. He had recognized him because he had, in his 13-year-old years, read more carefully than the school had thought he had, and because he had read, in particular, the trial transcripts available in the ministry's public records, and the transcripts, for an attentive reader, had told him that Sirius Black had not, on the night in question, betrayed his parents. The actual betrayer was a man named Pettigrew, who had not, in the public account, died in the explosion he had orchestrated, but who had instead gone underground, in the small reduced shape of a rat. He had read this in March. He had been, for some months, planning to extract Pettigrew. The dog in the alley had brought the timetable forward. He took out his quill and parchment. He wrote letters. He wrote, first, to Hermione. Hermione, in her letter, was given 6 paragraphs of a problem to solve, and one of the paragraphs gave her access to a set of facts she had not previously had. He told her, in fewer than the full set of facts, that her cat, Crookshanks, had been right all along. He told her he would be needing both her and the cat in a small operation in October. He wrote, second, to a goblin at Gringotts named Ragnarok, whose name he had been carrying since the morning of the bow in the lobby, and to whom he had been sending letters of small and increasing professional respect for 2 years. He asked Ragnarok for a particular piece of information, of which Ragnarok, by his estimate, possessed. He wrote, third, to Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He had not, until that evening, made contact with Bones. He introduced himself in 2 paragraphs. He proposed a small private meeting at the start of October. He requested, in the meeting, the opportunity to present a piece of intelligence regarding a closed case. He wrote, forth, to Dumbledore. He told Dumbledore everything. He told Dumbledore everything because Dumbledore, on the desk at the end of last term, had asked for the kind of partnership that began with information, and because Harry, on his 13-year-old's bed in the leaky cauldron, had decided to be the kind of partner who supplied it. He told Dumbledore about the dog. About Pettigrew. About his 3 other letters. He asked, in the closing of the letter, for the headmaster's assistance, and his discretion, and his patience. Dumbledore wrote back the next morning. The letter was, in its body, 2 sentences, my boy, you have my discretion as a matter of course, my patience as far as it extends, and my full assistance for the rest. Tell me what you need. Harry, in his room, read the letter twice. He folded it. He put it in his pocket. He thought, in the older voice, I am no longer working alone. The condition is unfamiliar. The condition is, I suspect, the condition I was being asked, in the long judgment, to learn. He filed it. He went down to breakfast. The Hogwarts Express, on the 1st of September, carried Dementors. He had been expecting them. The papers, all summer, had been carrying the news of Sirius Black's escape, and the Ministry, on the news, had taken the action that small frightened bureaucracies took, they had deployed Dementors to the school train. The deployment was an obscenity. The Dementors were, by his analysis, the most morally compromised tool in the wizarding world's available arsenal. They were, in their structural role, a class of beings who fed on the souls of the imprisoned, and the Ministry, by employing them, had built an entire penal system on the use of the predator as the warden. He had opinions. He had, on receiving the August letter from the Ministry warning of the deployment, made notes. The Dementor that came into the compartment was not large. The Dementor was, by Dementor standards, the smaller and younger of its kin, the one assigned to the easy duty of patrolling a train that was not, in any operational sense, supposed to be carrying its quarry. It glided along the corridor with the slow attentive sweep of a hand checking the doors of a hotel hallway. It paused, at his compartment, because his compartment, on its detection grid, had something interesting in it. The interesting thing, of course, was him. It opened the door. The compartment, on the door's opening, became cold. Hermione, beside him, drew in a breath. Ron, opposite, leaned away. Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor, he had already privately made the man's acquaintance an hour before, opened his eyes from where he had been pretending to sleep against the window. Lupin did not, in the moment, raise his wand. He did not raise it because the Dementor, on entering the compartment, had stopped. The Dementor had stopped because it had, on entering, encountered Harry's gaze. Harry, on the seat, looked at it. He did not, in the act, perform anything. He did not, in the act, summon a Patronus, although he had, as a private exercise during the summer, practiced the Patronus charm in the alley behind the leaky cauldron until he had, with the wand, a reliable corporeal cast. He did not, in the act, lift his wand at all. He looked at the Dementor. The Dementor was, in soul frequency, an old creature. Older than the wizards. It had been, in its own kind's earlier history, simply a thing. The wizards had, at some point, found it, the wizards had built around it the role of warden, the role had calcified, the role was now its identity. The role was, at its center, a small starved thing, hungry, and tired. He spoke to it. He spoke to it in the older voice, in the older language, very quietly. He said, in a phrase he had not used in 20,000 years, the phrase he had used to release the parademon that had served him longest, on the day of its retirement, go home. The phrase, in the language of the older soul, was 3 syllables long. The Dementor, in the doorway, paused. The Dementor's hood, which had been drawn forward, drew back, slightly, on its own momentum. The Dementor's hand, which had been raised toward Harry, lowered. The Dementor turned, slowly, the way a piece of furniture turned when a magnet was held under it. The Dementor left the compartment. The Dementor did not stop in any other compartment of the train. The Dementor, and Harry registered this, as he had registered the cat at Privet Drive, went out the side door of the carriage, into the air over the moors, and, in a long quiet vector, departed the British Isles. Lupin, in the corner, closed his eyes again. He kept them closed for a moment longer than was natural. Hermione, beside Harry, said, very quietly, "Harry." "Yes." "Did you do that?" "Yes." She considered, for a long beat. "I don't suppose," she said, "that this is the moment." "No," he said. "Not this moment. But, soon." She nodded. She turned to Ron, who was, at this point in his arc, both alarmed and, on the principle of trust, not allowed to be too alarmed. "It's all right, Ron." "Are you sure?" Ron said. "Yes," Hermione said. "It's just Harry." Ron, in the seat opposite, looked at Harry. Harry, on his seat, smiled. It was, he registered, the third real smile he had given Ron. He had not, this term, anticipated the third one yet. He filed it. Lupin, in the months that followed, taught the best defense against the dark arts class Hogwarts had had in 20 years. Lupin taught it because Lupin had survived, in his own private life, things that none of the children in the class had survived, and Lupin therefore taught the subject in the way a person taught medicine who had been the patient. Boggarts. Grindylows. Hinkypunks. Each was, on Lupin's curriculum, a small lesson in the management of one's own fear in the presence of an antagonist who fed on it. Lupin, on the day of the Boggart class, did not call Harry to the front. Lupin paired the exercise such that each child confronted the form their Boggart produced, and Lupin watched, on the side, with the long careful attention of a man who had, by Christmas, registered exactly what he was teaching to. Harry, when Lupin paired him with himself for a private after-class session, did not refuse. The Boggart, in the staff room, on opening the wardrobe to him, hesitated. It was the second time in his current life that something animal had hesitated. The Boggart, on the floor, attempted, briefly, to become a Dementor. The Dementor, on its first half-formed appearance, recoiled. The Boggart attempted, briefly, to become Voldemort. Voldemort, on its first half-formed appearance, recoiled. The Boggart attempted, briefly, to become Vernon Dursley with a belt. Vernon, on the first half-formed appearance, recoiled. The Boggart did not, after that, attempt anything else. The Boggart, in the small uncertain way of Boggarts who had been given a target whose fears were not of the size or shape that the Boggart could process, sat down in the wardrobe. Lupin, in the staff room, watched. He watched for a long beat. He said, gently, "Harry." "Yes, Professor." "What does the Boggart see, when it looks at you?" Harry considered. "It sees a being who has, in some other life, been the thing it would be required to become to frighten me," he said. "It is, in some sense, looking at its own ancestor." Lupin did not say anything. He did not, after a moment, write anything down. He did, however, on the way out of the staff room, do the thing his face did, which was the thing the faces of intelligent men did when the men's models of the room they were in the process of revising. He cleared Sirius Black on the third Saturday of October. The clearing happened, in the public record, in 3 stages. The first stage was Hermione, with Crookshanks, in an alley behind the 3 broomsticks, where Hermione's cat, who had been, since the previous spring, on assignment, produced, by patient cornering, the fugitive form of the rat Pettigrew. Pettigrew, on the cobbles, did not have time to revert to a wizard. Pettigrew, on the cobbles, was caught in the cat's jaws. The second stage was Harry, 3 minutes later, in the same alley, taking the cat-jawed rat from Hermione, and stunning it, and binding it, and producing, from the inside of his coat, a small enchanted box that had been built, 2 months earlier, by a goblin at Gringotts named Ragnarok, on Harry's specifications, and which was a box that an animagus, on entering, could not exit unless the binding words were spoken from outside. He put Pettigrew in the box. He locked the box. The third stage was Madame Bones, 2 hours later, at the Three Broomsticks, in a private back parlour secured by Dumbledore. He had, during their summer correspondence, told her his evidence. She had, on her side, opened a quiet review of the original case. The box, on her table, was opened. Pettigrew, on the table, was reverted. Pettigrew, on the table, was given, under the influence of 3 drops of Veritaserum that Bones had not quite, formally, been authorized to administer, the opportunity to confess. Pettigrew confessed. Bones, on the other side of the table, did not, in the moment, do the thing other officials would have done. She did not call the press. She did not call the minister. She did, instead, what an officer of competent rank did. She took Pettigrew into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's most secure cell. She filed the affidavit. She filed, in the same hour, the petition for the immediate vacating of Sirius Black's conviction. Sirius Black, by Sunday morning, was a free man. Sirius Black, by Sunday afternoon, was sitting at the kitchen table in a small house Dumbledore had located for him in Yorkshire, with a plate of Molly Weasley's beef stew in front of him and his godson on the other side of the table. He had not, by then, eaten in 3 days. He ate, slowly. He looked at Harry, between the spoonfuls. He said, quietly, "I don't, Harry. I don't know how you don't have to know," Harry said. "You can eat. You can sleep. You can be, for the next month, a person who is not on a list. We will, in due course, have many other conversations. You will, at one of those conversations, ask me how I knew. I will, at one of those conversations, tell you the truth. You do not have to know the truth tonight." Sirius looked at him. Sirius's eyes were the eyes of a man who had been, for 12 years, in the company of Dementors. Sirius's eyes, after a moment, filled. He did not, in the kitchen, weep. He did, however, set down his spoon. He reached, very carefully, across the table. He took Harry's small hand in his thin one. He held it for 1 minute. "Your father would," he said, "eventually, be very pleased with you." Harry, on the other side of the table, did not, in the strict sense, know how to receive the sentence. He had not, in the prior life, had a father whose pleasure had mattered. He had had a father, in fact, whom he had killed. He had not yet, in this life, known the man whose pleasure was being currently invoked. The two facts, in the same body, in the same kitchen, in the same evening, made him, briefly, set down the spoon as well. He said, "Thank you, Sirius." He said it with the older soul, on the older cadence. He said it as the truer of the two responses. He said it because he had the older soul's data set, and the older soul's data set told him, with great clarity, that the sentence Sirius had just spoken was, in this universe, the closest he was going to come to receiving it. Sirius, on the other side of the table, did not press. They ate their stew. The Patronus charm came, in the second week of December, in a small private session with Lupin in the staff room. Lupin had been teaching the charm to Harry, on the official record, because Harry had been, at the start of term, vulnerable to Dementors, and the Ministry had not, since the train incident, withdrawn the Dementors from the perimeter of the school. The actual record was different. Lupin, who had observed the Dementor on the train, was not under the illusion that Harry needed instruction in the management of Dementors. Lupin, in the staff room, was using the lessons for a different purpose, which was the slow patient assessment of a child he had begun, around Halloween, to suspect was not entirely a child. Harry, in the staff room, on the third lesson, gave him a Patronus. He gave him the Patronus on the third attempt, with a happy memory that he had selected, after some thought, from the recent file. The memory was not from his prior life. The memory was from the dinner he had eaten at the kitchen table in the small house in Yorkshire, the night Sirius had been free for less than 12 hours. The Patronus, when it left the wand, was not a stag. The Patronus, when it left the wand, was a figure of light approximately the size and shape of a man seated on a high-backed chair. The figure was, in its outline, a kind of throne. The figure was, in the small luminous stillness of it, the residue of an idea Harry had been carrying since the cupboard. The figure, in the staff room, sat for 1 full minute on the floor of the staff room, and did not, on its luminous outline, do anything in particular. It simply sat. The light, at the throne's center, was steady. The light, around the figure of the man, was the kind of light a king cast when the king was not, on any given afternoon, doing the work of ruling. Lupin, on his own chair on the other side of the room, watched it for the full minute. He did not, in the moment, speak. When the Patronus dissolved, he said, very quietly, "Harry." The corporeal form of a Patronus is, in the academic literature, supposed to indicate the deepest disposition of the caster's heart. Yes. Most patronuses are animals. Yes. Yours is not. No. Lupin, on his chair, considered. What do you call it? Harry, on his side of the room, considered. He said, eventually, I haven't decided yet. Lupin nodded. Lupin did not, in the same lesson, ask the next question, which Harry could see, on his face, he was preparing. Lupin asked it 3 weeks later, on a different afternoon, in the same staff room. Harry. Yes, Professor. Are you going to be, a king? Harry looked at him. I am attempting, he said, to be one. The position is not a position I have, in the past, performed well. I am, in this life, attempting it differently. Lupin, on his chair, did not move. I will help you, he said, as far as I can. Yes, Professor. You may call me Remus. Yes, Remus. Voldemort, all year, dreamed at him. Harry had, since the start of term, been receiving the dreams in the small interval between sleeping and waking. The dreams were pieces of a faraway mind attempting, with the slow effort of a parasite without a host, to find purchase. The dreams were not entirely Voldemort's. The dreams were the residual telepathic reach of the parasite in his scar, on its small bridge to its larger sibling, who was, that year, somewhere in Albania, in the body of a snake he had bound on the way out of Quirrell's skull. Harry, on the dreams, did not retreat. He met them. He met them as audiences. He sat, in the dreams, on a chair he had, the first night, conjured for the purpose. The chair was a high-backed chair. The chair was, in the strict sense, a throne. He sat in it, in the dreams, and Voldemort, on the other side of the dream space, presented himself as a long pale figure in a great cloak. The figure spoke, on the first night, with the imperious sibilance Harry had been led, by every account of the man, to expect. Harry, in the chair, listened. He listened the way a king listened to a courtier who had presented an inadequate report. He did not answer the figure on the first night. On the second night, the figure presented itself again. The figure spoke, again, with the sibilance. Harry, in the chair, on the second night, said only, "You may go." The figure did not go. The figure, on the third night, presented itself with greater force, and on the fifth night, with greater force still, and on the seventh night, in a posture intended to read as an attempt at intimidation. Harry, in the chair, watched it. He watched it without changing his face. He said, on the seventh night, in the older voice, with the older cadence, "You will, in the time we have, be the one who waits. I am, in this geometry, the host. You are, in this geometry, the petitioner. You have not, by my reading, applied for an audience. You will not, on this dreaming, secure one. Good night, Tom." The figure, on the seventh night, recoiled. The dreams, on the eighth night and afterward, became smaller. On the night of the spring equinox, the dreams stopped. He had not, in the sequence, used the holly wand. He had not, in the sequence, used the residual furniture of the older soul's tools. He had, in the sequence, done only the thing a king did, which was to occupy, with patience and unbroken poise, the rank he had decided to claim. The rank, by spring, had become operational. Voldemort, in the spring, was, by his estimate, afraid of him. Harry, in the tower, allowed himself to register the development. He did not, on the development, congratulate himself. He filed it. The Hogsmeade weekend before the Easter break, he visited Sirius for tea. The small house in Yorkshire had, in the month since October, become a different house. It had a new kettle. It had a coat stand. It had, in the upstairs hall, as of February, a shelf of paperbacks Harry had sent from Hatchett's, on Sirius's request. It had, on the kitchen wall, a framed photograph of Lily and James and Sirius and Remus, on a hill in Wales, the summer before Harry was born. Harry, on the visit, brought Sirius a chocolate cake from Honeydukes. Sirius, in the kitchen, made tea. The tea was strong. The cake, on the table, was excessive. Sirius, on the other side, watched him for a long beat. He said, "You said, in October, I'd ask you how you knew." "Yes. I'm asking." Harry looked at him. He looked at him for a long beat. He thought, on the side, in the older voice, "This man is, in the operational sense, the closest thing I will, in this life, have to a father. The thing I am about to tell him will not, on any of the metrics I can run, harm us. The thing I am about to tell him will, in fact, free a part of him that has not been free in 12 years. He said, "Sirius. I was, in some prior life, a being who was, in soul frequency, the same being that was sitting on the back of Quirrell's head 2 years ago. Not the man Voldemort. Older. From elsewhere. I have, in this body, the memories of that being. The memories arrived when I was 2. The memories tell me, among other things, how to read trial transcripts for mistakes the bureaucracy did not catch. The memories also tell me how to read men. I knew you, on the alley behind the leaky, because I had read every public file on you, and because I had, by then, become reasonably good at telling which men had betrayed and which had not." He paused. "I am not," he added, "Voldemort's elder cousin. I am not, in any direct sense, in his lineage. The being I was used different machinery. I am, however, in the strict sense, an alien soul. I am attempting, in this body, to become, instead, a person. With a godfather. With a school. With friends. With work. The attempt is not, on every day, successful." Sirius did not speak. He sat for a long moment. He said, eventually, "Bloody hell. Yes. You told me," Sirius said, "because you trust me with it." "Yes. You're, what, 14? 13. Bloody hell. Yes." Sirius reached, again, across the table. He took Harry's hand, again, the way he had taken it on the night of the stew. He held it. He did not, this time, speak the line about the father. He did, however, do the thing his face did when his face was registering a piece of information that had, in his own life, been the missing piece for 12 years. "I love you anyway," Sirius said. "Just so we're clear." Harry, on the other side of the table, did the thing his face did when his face had not, in any prior life, been told that. He did not, in the kitchen, weep. He was, in the small old body, by an inch. He said, "Thank you, Sirius." He said it, again, with the older soul, on the older cadence. He said it because the older soul, for the first time in any of his existences, had been told that it was loved, and the older soul, on the kitchen table side of the conversation, did not, on any of its protocols, know what to do with the information. He filed it under the heading he had still not opened. The heading, by the end of the year, was full. The end of year 3 was an atlas of small completed projects. Sirius Black, by Easter, was a public man again. Sirius Black, by April, had taken a small house in London. Sirius Black, by May, had been formally restored to the Wisengamot seat his family had not, in 12 years, been able to fill. Sirius Black, by June, had executed, on Harry's suggestion, the first of a small series of legal motions intended to begin the process of rationalizing the wizarding world's relationship with the Goblin Nation. The motions did not, in May or June, pass. The motions did, however, on the floor of the Wisengamot, place on the public record a set of arguments which, in the long arc of the years to come, would prove to have been the first arguments of a different kind. Hermione, on the train back to King's Cross, sat across from him in a compartment they had, for the first time in 3 years, gotten without the necessity of evicting Malfoy. She was looking out of the window. She had, on the way out of school, registered that the year had been a different year than the previous 2. She had registered that Harry, in the year, had been, measurably, different. She said, eventually, 2 years. 2 years. You're holding to it. I am. Will you tell me, in 2 years, the actual answer, or only some of it? He looked at her. He thought, she has, by her own labor, earned all of it. He said, all of it. She nodded. She turned her face back to the window. She added, after a moment, more quietly, all right. I'll wait. Ron, beside her, was eating a chocolate frog. He looked up. He looked, on his slow agreeable face, at Hermione, and at Harry, and at the small folded landscape of England moving past the train, and he said, the way he had said it on the train 2 years ago, bloody hell. He said it without, this time, an object. He said it as a statement of his general view of his own life. Harry, on the seat opposite, smiled at him. He was learning, he registered, with some surprise, to be, in the small, available sense of the word, happy. He filed it. He filed it under the heading. He had, finally, in a small clear hand, written the heading at the top of the page. The heading was, The Things in My Current Life That Are Mine. He had, by year 3, accumulated 9 entries. The entries, in his small careful hand, in pencil, Hermione. Ron. Sirius. Remus. Hagrid. Dobby. The lady in the chamber. The headmaster. And one entry, on a line of its own, that he had paused over for some minutes before writing, and which he had, in the end, written, myself. He underlined the last entry. He underlined it twice. He looked at the page for a long minute. He folded the notebook. He put it in his coat. He looked back out at England. The train carried him toward London, and the holly wand, in his pocket, was steady, and the older soul, behind his eyes, was, by his own internal weather, quiet. The anti-life equation hummed, distantly. He fed it nothing. It fed itself, instead, on the silence. It went, by the time the train pulled into King's Cross, very nearly to sleep. He stepped onto the platform. Sirius was at the barrier, in a dark coat, with a lopsided grin and a hand raised in greeting. The Weasleys were arrayed beside him in the relaxed disorder of a family. Hermione's parents stood, 2 paces back, in the polite uncertainty of muggles in a magical place. Harry walked through the steam toward them. He thought, briefly, in the older voice, of all the worlds, this one. Of all the ways in, this one. He filed that, too. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Triwizard Mistake. The summer between year 3 and year 4 was the summer of the Quidditch World Cup. Harry had not been a sporting man in his prior life. The closest he had come, in 500,000 years, to a sporting event was the gladiatorial matches at the Pit Spire on Apocalypse, which had not been, by any reasonable accounting, sport. He had decided, in his current life, to attempt sport. He had attended Quidditch matches at Hogwarts in the role of a seeker, and he had, on the roll, performed, but he had not, until the World Cup, watched Quidditch played by adults. He watched it played by adults. He watched it from the top box of the stadium, with Sirius and Remus and the Weasleys and Hermione, and he registered, in the sustained applause of 100,000 wizards, that the wizarding world had, for the duration of the match, set aside the fact that he was Harry Potter and was, instead, a 14-year-old boy in a stadium watching men do things on broomsticks. He liked it. He liked it without complications. He liked it the way Ron liked it, which was to say with the unself-conscious enthusiasm of a person who had been allowed, for one evening, to be a person his age. Crumb caught the snitch. Bulgaria lost. The crowd dispersed. Harry, that night, fell asleep in the Weasley's tent in the field outside the stadium, with the small luxurious feeling of a person who had spent a Saturday at a sporting event in the company of people he had decided to love. He woke up at 1:30 in the morning, when the Death Eaters arrived. They had come without their master. He registered the fact at the same moment he registered the screaming. The Death Eaters were a small celebratory group of approximately 20, in masks of the cheap pewter sort that had been issued en masse before the previous war's collapse, and they were drunk and they were marching through the campsite tossing Muggle campers into the air. They were, on operational grounds, an embarrassment. They were, on the historical record, the residue of a movement that had not yet rebuilt its leadership and which was, on this Saturday night, attempting to remind itself that it had once been something more than the residue. Harry, at the door of the tent, took the night in. He thought, at the speed of the older soul, I could resolve this in 11 seconds. He thought, in the next breath, in the corrective, that is not what we do here. He raised the holly wand. He spoke, with the wand, the 4 spells he needed. He spoke them the way he had spoken charms in class, at the level of the prodigy, not at the level of the god, and the 4 spells, on the air over the campsite, did the work he required, a Patronus to round the Muggles toward the Aurors at the perimeter, a binding to lock 4 of the Death Eaters in place at the front of the small mob, a countercharm to return the Muggle family currently in the air to gentle ground, and a single small disillusionment to keep his own contribution off the official record. He did not engage further. The Aurors arrived. The Death Eaters scattered. The campsite, by 3 in the morning, had been cleared. The dark mark, on its rise into the sky, made the appropriate cinematic appearance. Harry watched it from the porch of the tent. He watched it the way a person watched a recurring weather pattern they had been expecting for some time. Sirius, beside him, was not breathing. Sirius, Harry said. Quietly. Yes. I'm here. It is not the time. It is the announcement of the time. We have, by my estimate, a year. How do you, he will, by next August, be embodied. He will, by next August, have what he has, on his current model, been planning for. The model, in its detail, is more or less correct. We will, in the year to come, prepare. We will not, in the year to come, panic. Sirius looked at him. He nodded, slowly. He did not, that night, sleep. He sat on the porch of the tent with a tumbler of fire whiskey he had not poured himself, and he watched the dark mark fade, and he watched, in the small hours, the dawn come up. Harry sat with him for an hour. He did not speak. The Triwizard Tournament was an inadequately secured event. He had said as much, in writing, to Dumbledore, in a letter sent on the 2nd of September. The letter ran to 4 pages. The letter laid out, in sequence, the operational vulnerabilities of the event as the school had described it in its opening feast announcement, the historical pattern of fatalities in prior tournaments, the foreseeable ways in which a bad actor inside the school's perimeter could exploit the goblet of fire as a delivery mechanism, and the recommendation, on Harry's part, that the goblet's binding be modified, before the choosing, to require the explicit consent of any selected champion. Dumbledore wrote back on the 4th. Dumbledore agreed, on the page, with 3 of the 4 points. Dumbledore, on the 4th, agreed in principle but disagreed in tactics, on the grounds that the modification of the goblet, while sound, would alert the inside actor that they had been detected, and that allowing the inside actor to act would, on balance, allow the school to identify them. Harry wrote back on the 5th. He told Dumbledore, in a single paragraph, that the line of reasoning was a familiar one to him, that he had, in his prior life, used it on a great many occasions, that it had, on operational grounds, generally been correct, and that he was prepared to accept the calculus on the condition that he, as the most likely target of the Insidactor's plan, be permitted to participate in the planning of the response. Dumbledore agreed. The Goblet of Fire, on the night of the Halloween feast, produced 4 names instead of 3. The 4th name was his. He stood up from the Gryffindor table at the appropriate moment. He walked the length of the great hall in front of the staring children. He did not, on his face, perform shock. He did not, on his face, perform anything. He inclined his head to McGonagall on the way past and to Dumbledore at the high table, and he proceeded into the small antechamber where the other 3 champions were already standing. Cedric Diggory, in the antechamber, looked at him with the expression of a Hufflepuff who had been given a result he had not deserved. "Harry, what, it wasn't me," Harry said, lightly. "Don't worry. I'll explain in the morning." He inclined his head to Crumb. He inclined his head to Fleur, whose veil allure, on his arrival, did not, in his presence, produce the effect it had been calibrated to produce. Fleur looked at him with a small confused expression. She had not, in her life, been ignored before. "You are very young," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "You should not be in the tournament." "No," Harry said. "I should not." She stopped looking confused. She started looking concerned. The concern, on her face, was the older sister concern, which Harry registered with respect. "Is there," she said, "anything we can—" "No," Harry said. "But thank you." He told them, the next morning, the truth. He told them in the 3 broomsticks, in a private back parlour secured by Dumbledore, with Sirius at the table and Cedric and Crumb and Fleur on the other side. He told them only the operational truth, that someone inside Hogwarts had submitted his name with the intention of exploiting the tournament as a delivery mechanism for an attempt on his life, that the attempt was likely to come at the 3rd task, that the 3 of them, as champions, were on a list of secondary collateral if the attempt went poorly, and that he, Harry, was offering them, on the spot, a small private alliance for the duration of the year. The alliance had 3 terms. The first was that the 4 of them would, over the year, train together. Lupin would supervise. Sirius, on his weekends in Hogsmeade, would also. The training would not be optional. The training would, at minimum, give each of them the kind of skills they would, in the year to come, need to survive what the wizarding world was about to become. The second was that they would, in each of the 3 tasks, prioritize the survival of all 4 champions over the official ranking. The tournament, in its design, had encouraged competition. They would, on operational grounds, refuse the encouragement. The third was that, at the 3rd task, they would all stay close together. Whatever the maze produced, they would handle it as a unit. Cedric, on the other side of the table, said, "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Why are you trusting us?" "Because," Harry said, "I have been at this longer than you can usefully imagine, and I have, in my time, become quite good at deciding in the first 10 minutes whether a person is the kind of person who can be trusted. The 3 of you are. The tournament's organizers, by the look of it, intended otherwise. I am, on this, going to disappoint them." Cedric did not, on the spot, ask the question Hermione had been asking for 3 years. Cedric was a Hufflepuff. Cedric, on principle, took the offered hand. "All right," he said. "I'm in." Crumb, on the other side of the table, considered for a beat. "Yes." Fleur, beside him, considered for 2 beats. She said, "I am being recruited." "You are being offered a friendship," Harry said. "The recruitment is incidental." She looked at him for a long moment. She said, in her particular careful English, "I accept the friendship. I will, separately, consider the recruitment." "Acceptable." They shook hands. The handshakes were professional. Harry kept the contact brief. Sirius, at the head of the table, watched the four of them with the small private expression of a man who had, 12 years before, been at a similar handshake at a similar age, and who was registering, on his own life schedule, that this generation would be different. The year proceeded. The first task was a dragon. Harry, in the briefing tent, was given a small model of a Hungarian horntail. Cedric had the Swedish short snout, Crumb the Chinese fireball, Fleur the Welsh green. The task, in its public design, was to retrieve a golden egg from beneath a nesting dragon. The task, in its actual design, was to demonstrate that the champion could fly fast. Harry walked into the arena. He did not fly. He walked, in the silence the arena had not yet learned to manage, to a point 10 yards from the horntail. He did not raise the wand. He looked at the dragon. The dragon looked at him. The dragon was, by the standards of the arena, a young female of approximately 3 centuries, recently brought from a reservation in Romania. The dragon had been agitated, by the journey and the strange humans and the noise of the crowd, for 40 hours. The dragon, on registering Harry's gaze, did the thing his dragons had always done in his prior life on the day he visited the dragon pens of the lower houses. The dragon lowered her head. She lowered her head, and she rolled, slowly, onto her side, and she presented, on the warm dry stone, the nest with the golden egg in it. Harry stepped forward. He took the golden egg. He set his hand, for a moment, on the dragon's snout. He did, on her snout, the small old gesture his prior life had used to settle dragons after a public event. The dragon made the deep contented chest rumble of a being who had been recognized by a person who knew her. He stepped back. He turned, in the arena, to the judge's box. He inclined his head, 1 degree. He walked out. The arena, on his exit, was silent. The arena, 3 seconds later, exploded. Hermione, on the Gryffindor stands, was on her feet with both hands over her mouth. Cedric, in the champion's tent, was looking at Crumb. Crumb was looking at Fleur. Fleur was looking at the floor with an expression that was, on her face, something like grief. Sirius, in the friend's box, was standing up next to Remus, and Remus was sitting down very slowly, with the expression of a man who had just been shown, in an arena, in front of a crowd, the answer to a question he had been asking himself in the staff room for 5 months. The judges, in the box, scored him. The score was perfect. The score was, by the rules of the tournament, the highest score a champion had received in 70 years. Harry, in the corridor, did not register the score. He had, on the dragon, made, by his own measure, a mistake. The mistake was the size of the gesture. The gesture, on the arena's floor, had been visible from the stands. The gesture, on the arena's floor, had been the gesture of a being who did not, in his current life, have any business performing the gesture in front of an audience of 10,000 wizards. The gesture, on the arena's floor, had been the kind of gesture that Aunt Marge had been silenced by, but at a scale that the wizarding world was not, in his judgment, prepared to silently absorb. He had, on the spot, given the country a hint of what he was. The hint was, in his ledger, the first such hint he had given in 3 years. He filed the mistake. He did not, in the corridor, do anything in particular. He went back to the tent. He took the egg under his arm. He went, that evening, to the tower. He sat on the bed for 1 hour and he thought. Hermione came up in the dorm, on her own initiative. She had not, since first year, been in the boys' dorm, and she sat on the foot of his bed. She said, "Harry." Yes. That was beautiful. Yes. That was also, she said, not the thing I was supposed to see. No. She nodded. She did not, on the dorm bed, ask the long question. She had, by year 4, been asking pieces of the question for 3.5 years, and she had become, on the asking, very disciplined. She said only, "All right." She left. The second task he did not, in the publishable record, win. He came in second. He surfaced from the lake at the same moment Cedric did, with both his hostage and Cedric's, because Cedric had been delayed at the bottom of the lake by a Grindylow swarm, and Harry, on encountering the swarm, had, on his alliance terms, redirected to assist. Krum, in his half-shark form, had retrieved Hermione without difficulty. Fleur, who had been, on the design of the task, expected to fail, did not fail. The four of them surfaced together. The judges scored him second. He accepted the second. He did not, in the corridor, perform disappointment. The school, by year 4, knew him sufficiently well not to require the performance. Crouch Jr. In the body of Mad-Eye Moody, sat at the high table that evening with the expression of a man whose long careful plan was, for reasons he could not in the moment locate, faltering. Harry, on the Gryffindor side, did not look at him. He had identified him, in the second week of term. He had identified him by the simple fact that the man at the high table did not move in any of the ways Mad-Eye Moody, on his case file, was supposed to move. The man at the high table moved in the ways of a man 20 years younger and 15 pounds lighter, who had been, in the small unconscious ways of all bodies, calibrating his impersonation to a level of detail 1 degree above what was required for the average observer and 3 degrees below what was required for an observer like Harry. Harry, by the third week of term, had told Dumbledore. Dumbledore, by the fourth week, had told Bones. Bones, by the fifth, had a team in place. The team had, by the morning of the third task, the Polyjuice supply lines, the Crouch Senior abduction, the original Moody in the trunk, and the lab notes on the portkey. They left the portkey in place. This was, on Dumbledore's analysis, the necessary calculus. The portkey was the only confirmed channel by which Voldemort, in his current form, would attempt to embody himself. Embodiment, in the long arc of the year, was the moment at which Voldemort would, by his own actions, commit the public crime that would force the Ministry to acknowledge his return. The Ministry was, at the time, denying the return. The Ministry, on the public denial, was, in Dumbledore's view, the more dangerous adversary than Voldemort. Harry agreed with the calculus. Harry agreed with the calculus on the condition that the team, at the graveyard, be in position to extract him within 90 seconds of the portkey's activation. The team agreed. The team, on the night of the third task, was in position. The maze was a maze. The maze, on operational grounds, was a small inconvenience. He moved through it at a pace calibrated to the camera coverage. He met Cedric at the second junction. They moved together. They met Krum, briefly, who had been Imperiused, Crouch Jr.'s last contribution to the operation, and who they unspelled, gently, and left in a clearing for the Aurors to retrieve. They met Fleur, who had taken a bad fall in the third sector, and they retrieved her. The four of them, by the center of the maze, stood together. The cup was on a plinth. The cup was the portkey. Harry, on the alliance terms, did not let the others touch it. He said, to the three, I am going. I am going alone. The cup is a portkey. The portkey will take me to the place where Voldemort is. The Aurors will be there 90 seconds after I arrive. I will return. You will, on the alliance terms, stay here. You will, in approximately 40 seconds, see me come back. The score, in the public record, will be split between the four of us. Yes. Cedric, on the spot, said, Harry, yes. I want to come. No. I want to come. He looked at Cedric. He looked at him for 2 seconds. He registered, in the look, the truth, that Cedric was, on the alliance terms, a member of the operation, and that the operation, on its strict terms, did not require Cedric. He registered also, on the same look, that Cedric had been, all year, the kind of partner who, on this question, would not be moved. Cedric was a Hufflepuff. Cedric had, on the year, decided he was going to be useful, and the use, by Cedric's own internal accounting, would not be discharged by waiting in a hedge. He should have said no. He said, instead, all right. Together. This was the second mistake of his current life. The graveyard. The graveyard was old and small and badly lit. The headstones were low. The ground, between the stones, was overgrown. They arrived, by the cup, in the center of the small open space at the foot of a black marble obelisk. Cedric, beside him, said, "Where are we?" Harry, with the holly wand already in his hand, said, "Behind me, please." A voice spoke, from the dark of the trees, "Kill the spare." Pettigrew, from the dark, raised his wand. Harry was, on the spot, already moving. He had been moving from the second the cup activated. He had, in the 90-second window, 3 protective charms ready in the wand. The first, on Cedric, was the charm Lupin had taught him in November, modified for an Avada Kedavra, modified, in the strict sense, on the older soul's calculus, with a piece of the older soul's protocol overlaid on the local mechanics. The charm, in his hand, was a charm only Harry could cast, and the charm, on Cedric, was sufficient to a killing curse from a wizard of Pettigrew's middling competence. The charm went on Cedric in the second after the green light left Pettigrew's wand. The charm caught the curse. The curse, on the charm, did not pass through. Cedric, on the grass, fell, but did not die. He fell because the charm had transferred, by Lupin's teaching, the residual kinetic of the curse into a small physical knock. He was, on the grass, alive. He was, on the grass, unconscious. He would have, in an hour, a headache. Harry took 2 steps to the side. Pettigrew, on the second step, was already trying to bind him. Harry, on the third step, with the wand, did the binding instead. Pettigrew, on the grass, was bound. Wormtail, who had been carrying, in his own arms, the small thin fetal body of Voldemort, dropped the body. The body, on the grass, made the sound of a thing that should not, in any cosmology, have been carried in arms. Voldemort, on the grass, was, in his current form, a child. A small white naked thing. A homunculus. The thing he had been since the last embodiment, in the first year, until the Ministry's inattention had given him the time to grow it to the size at which the ritual could produce the new body. The cauldron, behind the obelisk, was bubbling. The Aurors, on his 90-second window, would be there in 70 seconds. Harry, in the silence, did the thing his current life had, since the cupboard, been training him to do. He chose. He chose not to use the equation. He chose not to use the older protocols. He chose not to end the homunculus on the grass, because the school had not yet, on his calculus, learned what it needed to learn. The homunculus, on the grass, was not a danger, in this minute, to anyone but the dignity of the Ministry. The homunculus, in the year to come, would be the dragon the school would face, on its own terms, and would, on its own terms, defeat. He chose, in the same beat, to do something he had not yet, in his current life, done. He let the older voice speak. He turned to the homunculus. He said, in the older voice, with the older cadence, in the language the homunculus had, on the back of Quirrell's head, heard once before, "Tom." The homunculus, on the grass, looked at him. The homunculus, on the grass, recognized him. The homunculus, on the grass, attempted, in his small homunculus throat, the thing he had attempted in the chamber under the 3rd floor. It did not, in the throat, become a scream. It became, instead, a small wet sound. "You will," Harry said, "not, today, be ended. I am, today, choosing not to. I am, today, leaving you to the persons who are required, by their own development, to end you. You will return to your followers. You will, in the next 12 months, perform the public crimes that will force the Ministry to acknowledge you. You will, at the end of the 12 months, be, by the persons required, ended. I am, on this, your patron. I am, on this, the engine of your second wind. You will not, in the months to come, grasp this. You will, in the strict sense, never grasp it. The grasping, also, is not part of the gift. He paused. He looked at the homunculus. He said, more quietly, I am sorry. He had not, in any prior life, said the words in that order to a person of that disposition. He said them now. The homunculus, on the grass, made the wet sound again. The Aurors arrived. Cedric was alive. Harry registered this, on the bench in the medical tent, and he registered it as the only data point that he had not, in advance, ruled out. He had carried, in the back of his head, for the entire 90-second window, the model in which the second mistake had been fatal. The model, by the fortunate margin of a charm cast in November, had not occurred. He, on the bench, was, in the small available sense of the body, weeping. He was weeping the way a person weeps who has not, in a great long while, had to register, in his own person, the survival of a friend. He was weeping the way a being weeps who has, in his prior life, lost everything he had ever cared about, and who has, in the current one, accumulated for the first time a small friend list, and who has, on the grass of a cemetery in Little Hangleton, almost lost a member of it. He was weeping the way a 13-year-old wept, and the way a god wept, and the way, on the bench in the medical tent, a being who had been training, for 4 years, to be a king wept when he registered that the kingship had, in this hour, held. Sirius came in. Sirius sat beside him on the bench. Sirius did not speak. Sirius held his shoulder. The shoulder was, on Sirius's hand, very small. Harry, after some minutes, breathed. He stopped weeping. He said, he is alive. Yes. I was, you were. I will not, again, allow that. No. I will not. Sirius, on the bench, did not speak. Sirius, on the bench, was crying himself. Sirius, on the bench, did the thing his face did when his face had just registered a piece of evidence about the boy beside him that, on the prior year's record, he had been reluctant to allow himself to consider. The piece of evidence was this, that the boy beside him would, by the end of the war, have to do a great many things he would not, on the subsequent year's record, want to remember having done, and that the boy beside him was, by the small available count of the kitchen and the cemetery, going to do them anyway, and that the doing was going to cost. Sirius, on the bench, registered the cost. He said, after a while, whatever it takes, Harry. Yes. I am here. Yes. He held Harry on the bench until the medical tent was cleared, and Cedric was discharged with a headache, and the moon, over the forbidden forest, came up. The ministry, the next morning, denied everything. Fudge, in the Daily Prophet, denied the return. Fudge, in the same paper, denied that anyone of authority had seen anything. Fudge, in a small editorial in the back of the paper, denied that Harry Potter was a credible witness. Harry, in the great hall, on the morning the paper arrived, looked at the front page. He set the paper down. He did not, on the spot, do anything. He looked, across the hall, at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked back. The look, at this distance, was a look that the two of them had, by year 4, refined into a small private channel. The look said, let him. The look said, the school will, in the year to come, learn what it needs to learn. The look said, we will, in the year to come, prepare for what comes after. Harry inclined his head, 1 degree. Dumbledore inclined his back. He turned to his breakfast. Hermione, beside him, said quietly, 2 years isn't going to be enough, Harry. He looked at her. He thought, in the older voice, she is right. The arc has shortened. The year is going to require it. He said, how long do you need? She considered. 6 weeks, she said. 6 weeks and then the answer. 6 weeks. The answer. She nodded. She returned, also, to her breakfast. Ron, on the other side of him, was eating eggs. He looked up, after a moment, at the two of them. "Bloody hell," he said. "What did I miss?" "A war," Harry said. Lightly. Without irony. "It's just begun." Ron, on the other side, set down his fork. He looked at Harry. He looked at him for a long beat. He picked up the fork again. He resumed eating. He said, around the eggs, "All right. Tell me what to do." Harry, between them, gave him a real smile. It was, he registered, the 7th. He filed it, also. The anti-life equation, behind his eyes, did not, for the first time in any of his existences, stir. He was, by his own measure, busy enough that the equation had been, for the first time in any of his existences, bored. He went on with his breakfast. He went on with his life. He went on, in the small available phrase he had been learning since the cupboard, to be, for the duration of the year to come, a king. The Yule Ball, in retrospect, had been a piece of strategic dancing. He had asked Hermione the afternoon of the announcement. He had asked her in the library, between the 4th and 5th shelves of the charms section. He had asked her without performance and without a build-up and without any of the small social rituals that his year had, on the official record, been spending 3 weeks rehearsing. She had said, "Are you asking me as a friend, or as something else?" "As a friend. As a dance partner. As a person whose company I prefer to most of the company in this castle." "You're not in love with me?" "No." "All right." She had paused. She had added, drily, "You should put some thought into how you tell me, Harry, when you are." "I will." She had laughed. She had laughed the long unguarded laugh. The ball, in its particulars, had been a long careful evening of small steady kindnesses. She had been wearing a blue robe that, on her, had transformed the geometry of her face into something the Hogwarts gossips had not, by the standards of the previous 4 years of Hogwarts gossip, been prepared to register. He had danced with her. He had danced with Fleur, who had asked. He had danced with Ginny, who had not asked, and who had, on the floor, looked at him with the small confident look of a girl who had, 2 years ago, almost been killed in a chamber by a memory, and who had, in the years afterward, been preparing herself, on a different schedule than his, for the version of him she was, in due course, going to be told about. He had danced with her well. He had thought, while he was dancing with her, in the older voice, with the older cadence, "She will, in some other year, be one of the people I will need to know. The young woman in the blue and the young woman in the green will, in the long arc, both be, friends. The friend list, by year 7, will be 11 entries." He had filed it. The night had ended at 1. He had walked Hermione back to the Gryffindor Tower. They had not, at the door, kissed. They had, in the hallway, shaken hands, lightly, in the small ironic way of two people who had decided the friendship. He had gone to bed. He had slept. He had risen in the morning to a common room with the Weasley twins making toast on the fire and Ron, on the rug, reading the Daily Prophet's Yule Ball coverage with the long-suffering expression of a person who had, at the ball, been less successful than he had hoped. Harry, on the rug, sat down beside him. "It gets better," he said. Lightly. "How would you know?" Ron said. "I have it on good authority," Harry said. Ron, after a beat, laughed. He laughed the laugh of a young man who had not yet, by year 4, finished the conversation about who he was going to become at the school, and who was, on this rug, slightly closer to finishing it than he had been the day before. 6 weeks after the third task, in a tent in the back garden of the small house Sirius had taken in London, on a Saturday afternoon in late July, Harry told Hermione the answer. He told her all of it. He told her in the way he had, in his head, prepared to tell her, with the older voice, on the older cadence, in chronological order, with small careful pauses for her to ask the questions she needed to ask. He told her the cupboard. He told her Apocalypse. He told her the names. He told her about the equation, and the long judgment, and the 4-year-old measuring the foxhole. He told her about the troll bathroom, and the diary, and the lady in the chamber, and the Patronus that was a throne. She did not, in the telling, interrupt. When he finished, she sat, on the camp chair on the other side of the small table, in silence for 2 minutes. She said, eventually, "You were Darkseid." "Yes." "A monster." "Yes." "And you are now in remediation." "And the remediation is working. As far as I am, in any operational sense, capable of telling. The work is daily. The work is, as the headmaster told me, occasionally a failure. The work is, in the strict sense, the only work that matters." She looked at him. She looked at him with the Hermione look. She had the folder. The folder was, after 4 years, very large. The folder had been waiting, since the morning of the hospital wing, for the contents. She said, after another beat, "I love you, Harry." She said it without preamble. She said it as a fact, a reported observation, the way she might have said the third moon of the planet I have been studying has water on it. She said, "I love you anyway. I love you because of the remediation. I love you because, in the strict sense, the work is the only work that matters, and you are, on the work, not the boy I thought I was going to love when we were 11, and not the boy I thought I was going to love when I was petrified, and not the boy I thought I was going to love when I was on a camp chair, an hour ago, before you started talking. I love a different boy. I love the boy who chose, for 4 years, in private, to be a different thing than he was. That is the boy I am going to love. I am telling you because I need you to know, before the war begins, that the love is in the room. I am not asking you to do anything with it. The decisions you make about the love are yours. The love itself is mine. I am declaring it. There is no further negotiation." She stopped. She looked at the table. She looked at her own hands on the table. She looked, after a moment, back up. Harry, on the other side, did the thing his face did when his face had not, in any prior life, been declared to in that particular way. He did not, in the tent, weep. He had wept enough for one summer. He did, however, after some seconds, reach across the table. He took her hand. He held it. He said, in the older voice, with the older cadence, in the language that was older than apocalypse, "Yes." She, of course, did not have the language. She took the meaning anyway. She had, by year 4, become extremely good at taking his meanings. She gave him a small nod. She squeezed his hand. She let go. She picked up her tea. She said, in the small ordinary register of an English afternoon, "Right. So how do we win the war?" He laughed. He laughed the laugh of a being who had not, in any prior life, been able to laugh from the bottom of the ribs. He said, "We win the war on a calendar, Hermione. With patience. And with friends. I will, in the year to come, tell you the calendar." She nodded. She drank her tea. The summer, in the long quiet after the graveyard, was the calendar. He worked, with Sirius and Remus and Hermione and Bones and Dumbledore, on the calendar. He worked, in Diagon Alley, with Ragnarok at Gringotts, on the small set of operational lines he would, in the year to come, need from the Goblin Nation. He worked, in the kitchens at Hogwarts, with Dobby and a small growing committee of the elves, on the second stage emancipation program he had begun, on the night of the sock, in the previous year. He worked, in the small private hour each morning, in his notebook. The notebook, by August, was nearly full. He bought a second one, in a stationer's on Tottenham Court Road, on the day before he returned to the borough for the last week of summer. The new notebook was thicker. The new notebook had a small leather binding. The new notebook was the kind of notebook a man bought when the man had, after years of small careful evasions, decided that the contents were going to be worth keeping. He took the new notebook home. He opened it on the bed. He wrote, on the first page, in his small careful hand, a single line, "The work, to date, is holding." He underlined it. He underlined it once. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, this is, in the strict structural sense, the threshold of the long campaign. The campaign begins, on its own clock, on the 1st of September. I have, in this body, been preparing for it for 13 years. I will, in the year to come, succeed or fail it. The success or failure will not, on the long arc, define the work. The work, on the long arc, is the discipline of every day, and the discipline of every day, on this date, is held. He filed the line. He went to dinner. He went on, again, into the year, with Hermione's hand on his shoulder, and Ron's voice in the kitchen, and Sirius at the head of the table, and the anti-life equation, in the back of his head, asleep. He went on into the war. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Coronation Year 5 was a noisy year. It was a noisy year for reasons that had nothing, on the surface, to do with him. The ministry, on its public policy of denial, had appointed Dolores Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts professor, in the role of a small bureaucratic nail with which the ministry hoped to pin Hogwarts to the floor. Umbridge, in the office, was a woman in pink, with a voice like a teaspoon and the body language of a person who had, at some early point in her career, decided to be a dragon and had not, on the way, acquired the equipment. Harry, on the day she arrived, registered her as a small problem. He registered her as a small problem because the larger problem, the embodied Voldemort, somewhere in Wiltshire, regrouping, was already in the hands of an alliance that had, by August, become broad enough to handle most of his scenarios. The alliance, by September, was, Sirius, Remus, the Order of the Phoenix in its restored form, Dumbledore, Bones, the Goblin Nation in its quiet operational capacity, the four Triwizard Champions in their private continuing arrangement, the Weasley family in its entirety including the twins, whose particular skills had, in the summer, been put to commercial use under a small private contract, the Hogwarts house elves in their slowly emerging committee, the Lady in the Chamber, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna Lovegood, whom he had recruited on the second day of term, on noticing her, Neville Longbottom, whom he had recruited on the third, and, for the discreet supply of certain magical reagents that the Order's official channels could not handle without scrutiny, a small consortium of apothecaries in Nocturne that he had brought into a quiet correspondence the previous spring. The alliance, by September, was running on a calendar. The calendar, by October, was on schedule. He did not, in his 5th year, attend Umbridge's classes after the 2nd week. He did not, by the 3rd week, even formally enroll. He had, on the 2nd weekend, secured Dumbledore's agreement to a private substitute instruction with Lupin and Sirius and a small selection of trusted senior Aurors, and he and the four champions and a slowly growing group of upper-year students who had been Hermione's recruits, Dumbledore's army, in the public name they later came to use, met 3 nights a week in the Room of Requirement. He taught the Patronus charm to 30 students in November. He taught it, by January, to 70. Umbridge, on the floor of the Wisengamot, sponsored 4 educational decrees. Each, in turn, was, through a small set of Bones Dumbledore-Sirius coordinations, defanged in committee before it could land. By March, Umbridge was a small irrelevance in pink. By April, she was, on the public record, a footnote. By June, Voldemort had, on the public record, returned. He had returned in the way Harry had calibrated, by attempting, in the night of the 18th of June, to enter the Department of Mysteries to retrieve a prophecy, and by being met, on the floor of the Department of Mysteries, by an alliance of Aurors and Order members in Dumbledore's army that had, to within 40 seconds, been waiting for him. Harry, on the 18th of June, was on the floor of the Department of Mysteries. He was on the floor, in the corner of the Hall of Prophecies, when Sirius Black fell. Sirius did not fall through the veil. Sirius fell, in the strict mechanical sense, into the path of a killing curse cast by Bellatrix Lestrange, which had not been deflected in time by Sirius's own dueling because Sirius, in the moment, had been laughing because Bellatrix had said something pretentious, and Sirius, who had recovered, in the year and a half since his pardon, much of the small cheerful insolence of his pre-Azkaban self, had laughed as a matter of reflex, and the laugh had cost him a quarter of a second. The quarter of a second was the curse. Harry was, on the floor, 6 feet away. He saw the curse arrive. He saw Sirius register the curse arriving. He saw Sirius's body, in the small reflex of the man, attempt to move out of the path. He saw the body fail. He saw Sirius fall. He did not, in the fall, do the thing his prior life would have done. He did not, in the fall, do the thing the older soul, even on the year-by-year discipline, was, on the spot, attempting to do. The older soul was, in the back of his head, screaming. The older soul was, in the back of his head, reaching for the equation. The older soul was, on the spot, in the precise instant of the fall, telling him that, for this one, he could be permitted, on the books, in the long ledger, to use everything. He did not. He held the older soul. He held it the way a man holds a horse that has, on a long campaign, been pushed too far, by the bridle, in the precise breath in which the horse, on the bridle, decides whether to bolt. He held it for the duration of the fall. He held it with, on the small physical fact of his body, no visible effort. He held it because, on the long arc, he had been training the holding since the cupboard, and because the training was, at last, by year 5, ready. The older soul, in the back of his head, did not bolt. The older soul, in the back of his head, was on the bridle. He let Sirius fall. He let Bellatrix laugh. He stepped, in the next motion, between Bellatrix and the next order member in her line of fire, and he ended Bellatrix Lestrange, without the equation, without the omega beams, without the residual furniture of Apocalypse, with a single stunner cast in the manner of a competent 15-year-old wizard, which knocked her against a marble step on which she fell badly enough to be unconscious for 14 weeks. He did not kill her. He did not kill her because, on the public record, the wizarding world was not yet ready to absorb a Harry Potter who killed. He bound her where she lay. He turned, in the next motion, to Sirius. Sirius was, on the floor, dead. The older soul, in the back of his head, asked him, one more time, in the older voice, with the older cadence, in the language that was older than Apocalypse, now. Harry, on the floor, said, no. The older soul, in the back of his head, was quiet. He knelt. He took Sirius's hand. He held it for the count of 40. He stood. He went on, in the long deliberate movement of a man who had been trained by his current life to keep going, into the next chamber of the Department of Mysteries, where Voldemort was, on his own schedule, arriving. Voldemort, on the floor of the atrium, met him. The atrium, in the small hours of the morning, was empty. The fountain was on. The statues, in the fountain, the magical brethren, in the inappropriate posture the ministry had commissioned them in, stood at their disgrace. Voldemort, on the marble floor, was thin and tall and pale and embodied, in the body the ritual at the graveyard had given him, and he was, on the spot, alone. Harry, on the steps, walked down. He walked down without raising the wand. He walked down with his coat on his shoulders and his hair across his forehead and his face, at last, in this hour, in the still composure of the older soul. Voldemort spoke first. Harry Potter, he said. The sibilants, in the great hall, did not carry the way the sibilants carried in dreams. The sibilants, in the great hall, was, on the marble, a small affected human sound. Tom. Voldemort, on the floor, attempted not to flinch at the name. You will, Voldemort said, be the greatest wizard of your generation. I know. You will, Voldemort said, join me. No. You will, Voldemort said, die, then. No. Voldemort raised the wand. Harry, on the steps, did not raise his. He looked at Voldemort. He looked at him in the way he had looked at the troll, and at Aunt March, and at the second face on the back of Quirrell's head. He looked at him in the way that, in the 5th year of the long campaign of the Older Soul's remediation, the Older Soul was at last permitted to look, not as a tyrant, not as a god, not as an equation, but as a man who had, by the daily discipline of restraint, become the kind of man whose look, in this hall, on this night, was sufficient to the task. The wand, in Voldemort's hand, did not, in the moment, fire. Voldemort, on the floor, attempted to fire it. He attempted it again. He attempted it a third time. The wand, on the third attempt, fired a small green flicker that did not, on the trajectory, leave the tip of the wand. Harry, on the steps, said, gently, "Tom." "What?" "Go home." He said it in the older language. He said it in the syllables he had, on the train at the start of year 3, used on the Dementor. The phrase, in the older language, had on Voldemort the effect that, in the older language, it was supposed to have. It did not, on the spot, kill him. It did, on the spot, dismiss him. The apparition, on the marble, was the small black smoke of the chamber under the 3rd floor in year 1, and the smoke, on the small low sound of failure, departed. Voldemort fled. He fled, again, and he would, on the records of the next year and a half, flee 3 more times, and he would, on each flight, be smaller. The atrium, on Harry's step, was quiet. Bones, on her quiet alliance terms, came in 5 seconds later with a team of 12 Aurors. Harry, on the marble, gave her the wand. The wand was not Voldemort's wand. The wand was the wand Voldemort had, in the chamber at the back of the atrium, dropped on the floor after the 3rd attempt to fire. Bones took it. Bones, on a small efficient look, said, "Are you?" "Yes." "Sirius is," "Yes." "I don't, please. I am, on this, going to be, for 1 hour, not okay. I will be okay again at 4 in the morning. I will, at 4, be at the Burrow. The committee will, at 4:15, convene there. The committee will plan the next 11 months. Yes. Yes." She did the small efficient nod. She left. She left with the wand and the team and the small careful step of an officer who had been, on this floor, also crying quietly, and who would, in the morning, do her crying in private. Harry, on the steps, sat down on the marble. He sat for 1 hour. He did, on the marble, the thing his current life had not, until that hour, given him the time to do. He grieved. He grieved the way a person grieved who had not, in any prior life, had a person to grieve. He grieved Sirius the way Sirius had, in the kitchen on the night of the stew, said, by holding the hand. He grieved Sirius with the specific image, Sirius on the table, with the spoon, with the lopsided grin, saying "I love you anyway." He grieved with the image of the photograph on the wall in the kitchen in Yorkshire, and with the image of the dog in the alley behind the leaky, and with the image of the man on the platform at King's Cross at the end of year 3, with the hand raised in greeting. He grieved without performance. He grieved without the older soul. He grieved as the boy. The equation, in the back of his head, did not, for the duration of the hour, even attempt to wake. He stood, at 4:05 in the morning, and he walked. He went, on his own 2 feet, to the Burrow. The committee was in the kitchen. They were, on the kitchen chairs, in the postures of a group of people who had not, in the previous 12 hours, slept. They had tea. They had, on the table, a notebook. The notebook was open to the page that had, by Harry's pencil, been laid out in March, the calendar of the year ahead. They worked through the calendar. They worked through it for 3 hours. By 7 in the morning, they had, on the calendar, the list of objectives. The list, on Harry's pencil, was 7 items long. The first 6 were Horcruxes. The 7th was Tom. The Horcruxes, in the year that followed, took the form of a long careful operational sequence. He had, by the end of year 5, the diadem, recovered from the room of requirement on the morning of the 3rd of August, the locket, taken from a small grim cave on the south coast in the company of Dumbledore on the night of the 17th of August, in an operation that the older accounts of the war had, on a different timeline, recorded as the death of the headmaster, the cup, from the vault of the Lestranges at Gringotts, by way of an elegant Ragnarok-led operation in October, the ring. From the small house in Little Hangleton in November, with the resurrection stone preserved separately and entrusted to Dumbledore for the duration of the war, the diary, already destroyed, in year 2, and the snake, which, on the calendar, was scheduled for the spring of his 7th year, when Voldemort, by his own predictable practice, would have begun to keep Nagini close. The 7th Horcrux was the fragment in his scar. He had, by the end of year 5, worked out, with Dumbledore, in the long evening conversations at the desk in the headmaster's office, the operational plan for the 7th Horcrux. The plan, on its surface, required that he die. The plan, on its surface, was the same plan the original timeline of the war had eventually demanded. The plan, on the second look, was different in his case. It was different because the soul in the body was, on the strict accounting, 2 souls. The fragment of Voldemort in the scar was not bound, on the deeper level, to Harry Potter. The fragment was bound to the small willing host the body had, at age 1, been. The host, by year 6, was no longer the host. The host, by year 6, had been, for 13 years, a different soul entirely. The fragment, by year 6, was a tenant on a structure that had been, on the deepest level, condemned and rebuilt by the older soul's occupancy. The fragment, in the scar, could be evicted without the body's death. The eviction took 11 minutes. It took place, on the morning of the spring equinox of year 6, in a chamber under the headmaster's office, with Dumbledore on one side and Hermione on the other, and the older soul's full and patient attention in the foreground for the first time since the night the memories had arrived in the cupboard. The fragment, on the 11th minute, came out. It came out as a small thin smoke. It came out the way Voldemort, on the back of Quirrell's head, had come out. It came out, on the chamber's design, into a small bound space the goblins had constructed for the purpose. The space, on Harry's pencil, was sealed. The space, on Hermione's hand on his arm, was incinerated by a fiend fire that Bill Weasley had been, on a separate goblin contract, calibrating for 6 months. The fragment, on the small shrieking sound it made on its dissolution, was unmade. He sat up on the slab. He looked at Dumbledore. He looked at Hermione. He said, lightly, "All right. That's 6. Dumbledore, on the chair beside the slab, was, by the small calibration of his face, close to weeping. Dumbledore did not, on the chair, weep. He did, however, take Harry's hand and hold it for 1 minute, the way Sirius had held the hand on the kitchen table on the night of the stew. "My boy," he said, more quietly than usual. "Yes, Albus." Dumbledore did not, in the chamber, ever again call him my boy in the way of the previous years. Dumbledore, after the equinox, called him by his name. Snape died in a barn. He died in a barn in the small village of Godric's Hollow, on the morning of the 2nd of May, in the 3rd hour of the final battle, and he died in Harry's arms after a long careful conversation that had begun, 8 months earlier, in a study in Spinner's End. He died, by his own accounting, satisfied. Harry, on the floor of the barn, with Snape's head on his coat, listened to the conversation, the last conversation of a long, careful, lonely man's life, with the patience he had been learning, since year 1, in the older soul's discipline. Snape spoke. Snape spoke about Lily. Snape spoke about the years before. Snape spoke about the years after. Snape spoke about the small private debt he had been carrying for 16 years, which had, in the foregoing months, been, in the new operational arrangement with Dumbledore and Harry, at last paid. Harry, on the floor, listened. He did not, on Snape's face, perform anything. He took the man's hand. He held it. He told him, in the small lapse of Snape's last consciousness, the truth, that Lily had loved him, that James had, in the small late conversation James had had with Lily on the night of October the 30th, 1981, agreed, that Snape was, on the long careful arithmetic of his life's work, a hero of the kind that the wizarding world had not yet, and would not, for some years, produce a vocabulary to recognize. That he, Harry, was thanking him for the work, on the small available phrase of the older soul. Snape, on the floor, did the thing his face did. He said, very quietly, "How fascinating, Potter." He died. Harry, on the floor of the barn, sat with him for 1 full minute. He stood. He went on, in the long deliberate movement of a being who had, by his own discipline, kept going, into the 3rd hour of the battle. The duel, in the courtyard, was not, on his side, a duel. It was, on his side, a tutorial. Voldemort, on the courtyard, had, by the morning of the 2nd, exhausted his army, his Horcruxes, his support, and most of his patience. He had, on the morning of the 2nd, only the wand, his rage, and the small terminal certainty that the wand he was holding was, in some operational sense, the wand of legend. The wand was not, in the operational sense, the wand of legend. The wand of legend, by year 6, had been, on Dumbledore's quiet deathbed bequest, willed to Harry, who had then willed it back to the wand tree from which it had come, in a small private ceremony in the Forbidden Forest in the company of Hermione and the Centaurs, who had, on the appropriate herbal protocols, accepted the bequest. The wand of legend, by the morning of the 2nd, was a tree. The wand Voldemort had was the wand he had had since the cemetery, the yew. The yew, on the morning of the 2nd, had not yet, on its own internal accounting, decided whether to continue to belong to him. Voldemort, on the courtyard, fired a killing curse. Harry, on the courtyard, did not, in the moment, dodge. He did the thing he had decided, on the long calendar in the Burrows kitchen, he was going to do. He met it. He met it in the way the older soul had taught the small body to meet a killing curse, which was to say, with the residual furniture of his own soul's protections, calibrated for the local mechanic. The curse, on the courtyard, broke against him. The curse, on the courtyard, rebounded. The curse, on the courtyard, took the yew wand on the rebound, and the yew wand, on registering that its current holder had, by the act, attempted to kill the holder of the wand the yew had been calibrated against, yes, the brother, broke. It broke on the spot. It broke in Voldemort's hand. It broke into 3 pieces. Voldemort, on the courtyard, looked at the broken wand. He looked, on the courtyard, at Harry. He looked with the face that had, on the back of Quirrell's head, been the face of an animal that had not, in its own life, ever been the prey. He had, by the morning of the 2nd, been the prey for 2 years. He had not, in the 2 years, finished registering it. Harry, on the courtyard, lowered his own wand. He walked, slowly, the 7 steps that separated them. He stopped 1 pace from Voldemort. He said, in the older voice, with the older cadence, in the small available English, "Tom. I will not, today, use the equation. I will not, today, use the older furniture. I will not, today, do the thing you have, in your own life, been afraid of since you were 11. I will, today, do the thing your own kind requires." He raised the holly wand. He cast the killing curse. The curse, on the wand of holly and phoenix feather, was, by the local accounting, a killing curse cast by a wizard of 17 years and great natural talent and 1,000 hours of training. The curse was nothing more than that. The curse was the work of a wizard. The curse was, on the strict accounting, the work the wizarding world had been, for 2 years, training itself to do. The curse landed. Voldemort, on the courtyard, fell. The fall was small. The fall was, on the marble, a body that had, on its own protocols, finally finished. Harry, on the marble, did not stand over him. He stepped, instead, 3 paces back. He inclined his head, 1 degree. He turned. He went on, into the great hall, where the rest of the morning's work was waiting. The morning's work, in the great hall, was the consolation of the dead. Fred Weasley. Tonks. Lupin. 46 others. He sat, for the first hour after the duel, on the floor of the hall, beside the bodies. He sat with Ron and Hermione and Ginny on either side of him. He sat with Molly Weasley with her face on his shoulder. He sat with the small accumulated grief of a war that the wizarding world had, on its own slow timetable, fought. He did not, in the hall, do anything in particular. He did not, in the hall, make a speech. He did not, in the hall, accept the offers of the new government. He had, in the small careful planning of the previous year, prepared for the offers. The offers came. The offers were declined. He told the new acting minister, Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had been on the calendar since year 5, that he was not, on the constitutional history of the wizarding world, the man for the position. He told him that the wizarding world, by the morning of the 2nd of May, had, on its own initiative, with its own people, defeated its own dragon, and that the wizarding world, on the morning of the 3rd, would need to govern itself with its own people. He told him that he, Harry Potter, would be available, in private, in the small available capacity of an interested citizen, to advise. He would not, in any public capacity, lead. Kingsley, on the spot, accepted. Kingsley, on the spot, also took his hand and held it for a full second. Kingsley said, quietly, "Whatever you are, my friend." "Thank you." Harry, on the small available phrase, said, "You are welcome." He vanished, that summer, for 1 month. He told Hermione. He told Ron. He told Ginny. He told the Weasleys. He told Dumbledore's portrait, in the headmaster's office, on the morning of the 8th. He told the lady in the chamber, on the afternoon of the 9th, in the chamber, in the language of her own kind. He told nobody else. He went to the cupboard. He went to the cupboard at number 4 Privet Drive, which had, on the Dursleys' move to Cokeworth in the spring of year 5, been left empty. He opened the door. He sat down inside it. He sat for a long afternoon. He thought about the spider. He thought about the egg. He thought about the mornings of the cracking of the egg, and the count of 40 chews of the bacon, and the small private benediction of the tear ducts that worked, and the long judgment between his death and his arrival, and the slow careful first vow he had, in the cupboard, made to the boy in the body. He had, in the years since, kept the vow. The vow, on the long arc, had held. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, the work is, daily. He thought, more quietly, it is also, by my measure, mine. He stood. He left the cupboard. He locked the door of the empty house behind him. He went on. He traveled, for the rest of the month, with no particular destination. He spent a week in Yorkshire, in the kitchen of the small house Sirius had taken, which was, on his own accounting, his now. He spent 4 days in the kitchens at Hogwarts, with Dobby and the committee, on the 3rd stage of the Elves' Emancipation Program, which was, on the strict legislative arithmetic, going to require the next 20 years. He spent 2 days in the Forest of Dean, by the small lake to which he had, in the course of the war, gone with Hermione and Ron in moments of the long wet quiet. He spent the last day on a high place. The high place was a small headland on the Cornish coast. The headland looked west. The headland had, on it, only a small low stone wall and the long grass that Atlantic wind made of grass. He stood on the wall. He looked at the sea. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, power, properly used, does not dominate. It chooses. He let the line stand. He let it stand the way a man let a flag stand on a high place, not as a claim on the place, but as a declaration that the man had, on his own terms, arrived. The anti-life equation, behind his eyes, hummed. It hummed at the small distant register at which it had hummed, on the morning of the cupboard, when he had been 4 years old and ruling apocalypse in his sleep. It hummed at the same register at which it had hummed in the corridor of the Hogwarts Express on the day of the Dementor. It hummed at the same register at which it had hummed in the Burrows' kitchen at 4 in the morning on the day of Sirius's death. It would, by his measure, always hum. He had, by year 7, made his peace with the humming. The equation, on his head, was not a tool. The equation was a hunger. The hunger was, on the strict accounting, his. The hunger would, on every day of every year of every life, ask, and on every day of every year of every life, he would, on the cliff top, say, in the older language, in the older voice, no. The equation, on the cliff top, did not, in the moment, escalate. The equation, on the cliff top, had, by year 7, been told no sufficient times that it had begun to take the no as the standard answer. He stood on the wall for another minute. He turned. He walked back, in the long grass, in the long Cornish light, to the small house where Hermione was, on the kitchen table, making tea, and where Ron was, on the kitchen rug, reading the back of the Daily Prophet with the small habitual frown he used for sport, and where Ginny was, on the back step, watching the sea with the small upright posture of a girl who had, by long careful work, on her own schedule, become a woman. He walked into the kitchen. He sat down at the table. Hermione looked up. She looked at his face. She did the small Hermione thing she did on the days the long answer had, to her measurement, settled. She said, "All right." "All right." "Tea?" "Yes." He took the tea. He drank it. He looked, around the kitchen, at the small set of people who had, by his measure, become, across the long campaign of the older soul's remediation, the kingdom. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, in the small available phrase he had, by year 7, finally permitted himself, mine. Not as ownership. Not as extraction. As the daily quiet covenant between a king and the things he has, in his life, been given. Held. Holding. Held. He set down the cup. He smiled at her. He smiled at Ron. He stood, after a moment, and went to the back door, and sat on the step, and put his arm around Ginny, who leaned against him without surprise, and they watched the sea, and the wind, and the slow long Cornish light on the water. The cliff top, behind them, was empty. The cupboard, in the empty house in the suburb, was locked. The equation, behind his eyes, was, for that hour, asleep. He breathed. He went on, in the small kitchen, on the small step, with the small set of the people he had, by the long careful daily work of the older soul's training, decided to belong to, into the rest of his lives. The kingship was, in the old precise language he had been, since the cupboard, learning, held. It would, by his discipline, be held, every day, for the rest of the days he had. This, after all, was what kings did. He did not, in the years that followed, tell Hermione's children the long answer. He told Ron's children. He told Sirius's adopted son, in the long quiet evening of his 30th birthday. He told Ginny, of course, before they were married, on the morning of the 5th of January in the small house in Yorkshire. He told Neville, on a long evening at the Three Broomsticks, on the 10th anniversary of the war. He told Albus Severus Potter, when Albus Severus turned 11, on the platform of King's Cross, on the 1st of September, on the morning before Albus boarded the express for his first year at Hogwarts. He told him the short answer. Albus. Yes, Dad. There is a hat. The hat will, on your sorting, look at you. The hat will know, on the look, more than the rest of the school will know. The hat may, on the look, ask you a question. Like, what? It will, in your case, ask whether you are like me. And, what's the right answer? Harry, on the platform, knelt at Albus Severus's level. He thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, this child is mine. This child is, in the strict structural sense, the second child of my heart. This child will, on the long arc, be a great deal less complicated than I was. This child will, in the strict sense, not require the older soul's discipline, because this child will not, in any cosmology I have so far assessed, have been, in another life, a tyrant. He said, there is no right answer. There is your answer. It will be enough. I love you. Go to the school. Be brave. Or be clever. Or be patient. Or be cunning. Or be, whatever, on the morning of the sorting, the hat finds you to be. You will, in any case, be one of mine, and the kingdom, which is what I, in the small private language I keep, have been calling the people I love, does not require, of any of its members, a particular shape. It requires only that the member, on the long arc, hold. Albus Severus, on the platform, looked at him. He nodded. He nodded the small competent nod of a child who had, in the small available privacy of his own internal model, been working out the answer for the last several years. He boarded the train. He waved. The train pulled out. Harry, on the platform, stood with Ginny on one side and James Sirius on the other and Lily Luna in his arms, and he watched the train go, and he thought, in the older voice, with the older cadence, I have ruled. I have conquered. I have been. He did not, on the platform, finish the line. He had, on the long arc, no need to. The line, by the time the train had cleared the platform, had, by his discipline, by his daily work, by the small accumulated weight of every no he had said to the equation since the cupboard, been replaced. The new line was shorter. The new line was, in the small precise language of his current life, I am held. By them. By me. By the work. Daily. He smiled. He picked up Lily Luna. He turned, with his family, and walked back through the barrier, into the Muggle terminal, into the city, into the rest of his lives. On the cliff top, on the headland in Cornwall, on the small low stone wall, the wind continued. The Atlantic, below it, did its long blue work. The cliff top, on the long arc, would, by Harry's accounting, always be there. The cliff top was the place to which, on every difficult day of every difficult year of the rest of his lives, he could, and would, go. The cliff top was the place at which the older soul, on every difficult day, could be permitted to come, in the older voice, with the older cadence, in the older language, to the small daily ritual of the no. The equation hummed. He said, in the older voice, no. The equation, in the long answer, took the no as the standard answer. Power, properly used, did not dominate. Power, properly used, chose. He had chosen, in the cupboard at the age of 4, what he was going to be. He had chosen, on every day since, what he was going to do with what he had chosen. He had chosen, on the cliff top, what the rest of his lives were going to be. The choice, on the long arc, had been a king. The kingdom, on the long arc, had been the people. The work, on the long arc, had been daily. He had, on this morning, held. He would, by his discipline, on the morning afterward, hold again. This was what kings did. This was, in the strict sense, the only thing that, by the long arc, by the long answer, by the long work of the older soul's remediation, kings, properly understood, were held. Holding. Held. Chapter 7 End.